sociologist, and we have Professor Michael. Dr. Michael is with us, and here you see often they come with their class to the EuroMoonMars workshop at Aztec. So in that class, it's interesting. You have social workers. Michael will give his talk. He's professor of theology and space that will be very interesting. I'm sure you will hear. And so we have a different work group, and we have developed also a new activities, which was dear to my heart from many years, because actually I was an astrophysicist. I started as an astronaut, and we call it EuroMoonMars. So where we deploy telescopes, and you see above them we have a telescope for observing the sun, similar to the one you have here. So hopefully we'll see the sun image alpha today. And we tried also to do tests. We have Evelyn, she's Irish student. She worked on a radio telescope to observe the sun image. So now you see in the last years we had a number of planned activities, and some of them we have done, and some of the others we have to transform into virtual activities. So we have a good program that you see. Now we are in this EuroMoonMars Ample moon base. And actually a number of these projects have led to master projects, so with thesis and so on. So in the past we had this, but we have also some proposal of subject that we would like to propose to the students for future master projects. So I have some students that have done some of those topics, but we are recruiting some new master students to follow up on that. Yeah, so that's what we have done this year, and then next year we have also a series of planned activities, some planned campaigns, some field trip in the south of France in March. We have some events also we are planning in Torino with Roberto, in IPSA, and also there are big conferences that where I think we want to present some of our results. There will be a great conference on exploration in St. Petersburg in June. We are part of the committee, and we are going to call for contribution, and we have the international support program. So that's in a nutshell what we do with EuroMoonMars, to give you a kind of historical perspective. So thanks for your attention. That's all clear. So now you see the motto of EuroMoonMars, that's science, technology, simulation, inspiration, outreach. But for a campaign, what comes first?
Safety.
Safety first. Very good. Excellent. Thank you. Good.
Very good. So we invite Christian with his
Christian has to leave this morning, so we give a special possibility of presentation.
It's part of our presentation. We did that.
Yeah. Yes. Can you put? Did you load it or can you put it?
But it's in the continuous.
Oh, yeah, but he will not be here.
he will not be here. He has to go.
Yeah,
No.
He has to drive to Krakow.
And it's
11.
it's 11. So either you can start,
I can start.
and then Christian can jump just after.
Okay.
Okay?
So are you prefer that okay.
Yeah.
we can
If
do that.
Roxana says that this is in some
So you prefer
other.
to do it. So we can.
Yes.
But what about Michael? Because Michael has,
Michael is the next one, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Michael is the next
But
one.
will we be ready?
Yes. I believe. I don't know how long.
No,
is
because Michael is
Michael
20 minutes. Then you are 5 minutes, and then Christian. Yes.
Okay.
You need to make in 5 minutes, and later on you can continue. Okay?
Is that good? Michael, are you set? You are good? Yes, can you unmute yourself?
I can.
Yeah, excellent.
So I'm good thinking now. I can wait. I don't know if you want to push somebody in.
Yeah, one of the astronauts has to leave soon. And so, if you could eventually then we could put the Apple one presentation right away. Okay. Then we go to the Apple one. And actually, it will be interesting for you because you will see how you can focus on the next. So, you use your computer or you? Or it's
It's already on.
On the one of Roberto.
Of Roberto.
Yeah.
Oh, if not, I can use.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I gotta be somewhere at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, excellent. So, okay.
So we.
Okay, so then I pass it to Roberto.
Jeszcze tylko sprawdzę jedną rzecz.
Okay. Je vais la copier aussi sur mon ordinateur. Comme ça, je
Le
vais.
2310
Voilà.
2310 Apple One.
Comme ça, c'est aussi une. Thinking and stop, okay.
Ça nous avons vu. J'ai une façon de produire pas bien qu'elle a fait, une fois que ça va se faire.
Good. Excellent. Bravo.
If you want, because I'm in call, you can also show your face because I'm in the Zoom meeting.
There you have to give me the.
Oh yeah, I give you the yes. So Roberto. Yes. So Roberto and yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Roxane Bernier. I'm going to talk firstly as a space science and physics teacher at Toulouse. And then I'm gonna present you my dream team, my Ample One crew. So how do we prepare space engineers for the moon? You have to know first that IPSA means Institut Polytechnique des Sciences Avancées. And it was created in 1961, so almost 60 years ago. That means 60 years of experience. That means that in order for our students to be active and fulfill their passions, we created more than 50 associations for them to create. So, and more than that, we have a strong international ties with more than 80 collaborators, universities in the entire world. We are, of course, university that's STEM and project-based learning pedagogy. That means that we are developing ever since the first and second year of preparatory classes, big projects. And actually, this is how we met Bernard. Bernard came, made us the honor to come in our juries for the presentation of our big project. So big projects are involvement of our students on 1 or 2 years for their first or second year or both years of preparatory classes, and they can invest either into the blog of the university of our school. It talks about space and air, because you have to know that in order to go to space you need to pass through the air, so you need to know the physics of the air too. The blog, so it's at Open Sky, à ciel ouvert. For now, it's only in French, but it's in progress. The work is in progress for it to be completely bilingual. We have a telescope that's named TML. It's in construction. This telescope wants to be installed in French Polynesia or around it. Hawaii could be a destination if everything's okay. But the most important thing is that this telescope will allow our students from Toulouse and Paris to watch the sky during the day, as in Polynesia or in Hawaii is night, and study it and discover, why not, the movement of our stars, new stars, new galaxies, why not? We will see how strong it will get. They started a few models, as you see, the dome and the structure of the telescope. So they're working already for 2 years on it, and we're really proud of them. We talked about air and aeronautics. We have a project about wind tunnel and digital experiments, but not only. This is a project where our students will be making, valuing their competencies that they achieve in classes and show it through digital experiments, and why not building a wind tunnel with small reduced models of, here we have airplanes, but tomorrow it can be like space capsules that come back to space, from space through the air, so we can test that too in a wind tunnel. This year's new big project is the glider simulator. So for passionates of space and of flying into the air, they will have to build this simulator. But if we go further on, in the second and third year, our students can get involved in general interest projects. And one of the general interest projects that was the most important in my point of view, because it touched our goals to go to space. It was Aurora project. It's an unmanned greenhouse unit, and here you have only a simple way of a simple view of what will be the future greenhouse. So you can see that you have a part that's a greenhouse, another one that's a handling space, and a power generator unit. It's very important. This project was very important because this is the one to allow our students to get, for the first time, familiarized with aquaponics and hydroponic systems. And we will tell you a little bit later why this was so important for us. So through this many projects, we met EuroMoonMars. And thanks to the generosity of Professor Bernard we had an IPSA student, Tom van Rentergem, who joined the Iceland team. Bernard showed you earlier Mark, who is the PI of the Chilis, and he participated to the scouting mission in Iceland in June 2020. So after this, we started to organize in Toulouse. We have a coordination team that I'm one of the leaders. And we also built 3 subgroups for now: the IPSA Habitat, the IPSA Communication, and of course, what you're going to see today, the IPSA MPOL mission. Yes. But before getting to the AMPOL mission, you have to know that we try to be as present as we can to all the outreach events that EuroMoonMars organized. So we were remotely present on the 12th and 13th September 2020 for the lighting workshop, where I presented also what IPSA was doing. We went to Vienna and we participated at 2 different events. On the 18th, we were at the observatory, where we had the chance to meet a lot of astronomers and professionals of lunar observatory. And on the 19th of September, we were at the European Space Policy, and we had the chance to present the space habitat project of IPSA students on the space habitat workshop. As you see over there, we have the moon on background. It's a beautiful picture that Bernard is every time putting in because he loves that. Those pictures, the group pictures. After, we were very busy, 3 weeks in a row, we had events. 25th of September, Bernard was in Toulouse, and he had a conference with our students, first to third year students. He actually had 120 attendees. They were very excited to listen to him and hear of all the exciting missions that he participated to and everything that he's proposing for the future. You have to know that's very inspiring to listen to him, and you see why, because we got here. So on the 26th, we had a workshop, a small workshop in Toulouse with 50 attendees. We were a part of us were in the IPSA building, in our school building. You see us masked and everything. And we had 30 participants remotely. And from that time on, we started our very intense preparation for the ample missions. From the IPSA side, the IPSA crew is formed by Emma Formayer, Michael Klein, Theo Podolski, and myself. You will see in Ample 2, Julien Barne-Godin, Hugo Castin, and Quentin Gould, of course. We are not the only ones in this team, but from the IPSA side, that's what I was presenting. And our experiments, of course, that you will see presented largely just in a couple of minutes. So here we are, the Ample 1 mission. That's the picture before, and the picture after. So Ample 1, 16 to 22 October, and I have the honor to present to you my Vice Commander, Christian Comenda, who will present himself and all the things he's done in the habitat here in Poland. Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Christian Comenda, as I said before during my introduction. I'm going to tell you about Eternity and Ample 1 mission. Firstly, I will have to talk about Eternity mission because it was my first mission, and next I will compare to the mission we just ended. So, Eternity mission has a major purpose. It was a jet lag experiment. So this experiment was aimed to find how our bodies will react on jet lags, and we were managed to into 2 Swifts. That is one part of the crew done normally Swift during the day, and the second part of the crew was doing every experiment during the night. So we tried to perform in our experiments whole day. So that was the name Eternity, because we worked there eternally. Yes. And also we had to prepare our own experiments. The major 3 experiments were made on that mission. The first one is emotion AI recognition. It's an experiment made by our friend Michael Garus, who was the commander of the mission, who prepared and who wrote an app based on artificial intelligence to recognize our facial expressions on the cameras. So we were all the time we were under the cameras recording, and we were our facial expressions were constantly recorded. So after all, the main purpose of this experiment was to get more information how people act inside the habitat, and without any lies in the reports or something like that, because we had to compare report results and our real facial expressions. We don't know. We aren't on our comments. So we have to record that. And next experiment was a biocontamination experiment led by Karolina Wągiewska from Zambia. The major part of that experiment was led to get more information what type of germs we have inside the habitat. This is crucial from biology studies, from the way of biology studies, because even if we want to make habitat on the moon or make habitat on the outer space or prepare for manned mission in space, we have to be prepared that we aren't sterile and we are moving germs into that space. And we have to be sure what we are bringing into space and what can affect on our body, on our cells, or on the biosphere inside the habitat in the future. So that was why we made plenty of other places to find what can grow inside the habitat on the most used things and what can germs we can try to find. Next experiment was led by me. It was bioreactor experiment. It was prepared by microalgae consortium inside. And the aim of this experiment was calculate and find the most sustainable microalgae consortia inside the lunar conditions, and also measure how much algae we need to create a functional, fully operational bioreactor that can reduce efficiency CO2 in the air of the habitat. So that's the part of the future experiments we have to focus on, because on the ISS we have still problem with huge amount of CO2 levels, and we have to cope with that. Also, we probably will have a problem on the habitats on Moon or Mars. So we have to find a non-harmful way to reduce efficiently, reduce CO2, and bring more oxygen inside our air. So that was I prepared this experiment. You can see on the left full container with bioreactor, with 3 bioreactors of algae, and these small pipes here are introducing the CO2 level from the habitat air, and here we have CO2 meter to get information about how efficient microalgae consortia are. And from the first preview results, we found out that small amount of microalgae, just only 80 milliliters in 10 liter of the air, can reduce twice CO2 level. So this is really impressive, and we are currently working on that. Also, we have, thanks to Agata, we have RPA machine, random positioning machines. They are thanks to us, of course. We have random positioning machines. Those machines are led to prepare, to imitate the lunar condition gravity. So we managed to prepare lunar gravity conditions inside the algae and make a control one of the Earth gravity. So we can find the difference of CO2 reduction efficiency between lunar conditions that it could work for that and normal standard conditions. And okay, next I will have to tell you about the habitat and the difference between 2 missions, because I was there for 2 weeks in the same habitat, but the missions were completely different. First one was eternity, so we were exposed to jet lags and special diet. And this was really hard, not even for me, but all the crew, because of the tires of every crew. We weren't prepared for jet lags, and so we became more and more angry every day. yeah, we have more and more tension. So that's what I have to say, because not all the missions are perfect. Sometimes get an argument inside the small tiny spaces, and we have to be also prepared for that in every mission, because every people are different. Everybody reacts different inside the extreme. For me, it was extreme conditions because of the huge jet lag and the special diet. So we had some arguments inside the habitat, and it wasn't really good for all the crew. But what I have to say, after that, after the argument, we reunited, and we were more coherent together, and we worked better than before. So that's the valuable part of this mission. And I won't tell a lot of Impulse 1 mission, because I think that my next crew members will say a lot of that. But what I can say, even we are from the different countries, we can stay together as a real family crew. Yes, and I really enjoyed this mission. We didn't have any problem. Like on eternity mission, we are really well matched, and and after 5 days of the mission, we knew what to do without any words. So we didn't need to tell somebody, okay, let's do this, or let's prepare the dishes. No, we just done it by ourselves. Everybody knew what to do, so that was fantastic. I saw on our mission. And moving to the last part, so the crew is the most important factor inside the habitat. We can have different types of mission. We can be exposed to different conditions, even extremely. But after all, if we are really well matched, and we can work together, it will be the best, result for our mission, and it gets the best results for whole operation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now the floor is to our communication officer, Theo, who's taking with him all the materials he's done during the 1 week mission.
Can I ask something, please?
Yes.
I don't know if they're on slides, or if there are, could you share the screen, please?
What?
Did you share?
Can you repeat, please?
Oh, are you? So you have the screen, huh? But we have. So you have the presentation, Michael?
I'm sorry, I can only see you guys. I can't see any slides. So I thought there might be slides.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Thanks for the feedback.
Let's check.
So.
Like after 2.
Michael, but we go live. If you will go to our Analog Astronaut Training Center Facebook profile, I send a link that you see all slides and the speaker at once.
But he's on the Zoom, so yeah. So that's yes. Here it is. Do you see it?
I can certainly go on the Facebook profile. I didn't get the link, or maybe
Yeah, but in case from the Zoom you can get also. Yeah, you have it now, Michael? Yeah, okay, good.
I see it, great, thank you.
Okay, super.
And welcome, Professor Krośniak. Welcome that you joined us.
Okay. Good. So, Theo. Okay.
So, as I already said, my name is Theo Borowski. I was the communication officer of the EMM Pole 1 mission. So, my first job was to design those badges. So, I did a lot of them because I wanted the best badges possible for this mission. Because this is basically our brand, you know. This is what we are showing. This is what we are wearing every day on those pictures. So there is a lot of them. So my favorite has always been this one that we wear. And so we did a survey, and luckily the one we chose was this one. So then after that, I designed, based on this one, the mission control badges, so mission control center badges. So in this mission, as a communication officer, I took some photos and videos of the crew working on their own projects. But also, I also communicate with the MCC on the daily life. So my task on this mission was also to set up the brand new 3D printer, which is really great. I did that. The second day with Michael. So yes, it went pretty well. So my other task was to be able to design parts of other crew. Was also to design part that could help other crew in their tasks. So as you can see, for instance, I designed and 3D print some cups for the aquaponic system. So I did two different type of cups. So one medium and one small. And I did that with the instruction that Emma gave me. Also, I created, like you see, parts. This thing, which is basically a phone handler to take picture on the telescope. So I think that was designed by Mr. Julien Bardacoli. So it was printed last night. You see that? I think it's pretty well. Okay. Yeah. Yes. The other part is on my laptop. Okay. Also, yes, the other crew member in their own project. So I really wanted to have time, you know, if somebody needs help for a part to print, I really wanted to, you know, try to do my best to help him and find the time to do that. So my basic mission on this mission was also to work on the micro launcher. So this is a concept we thought with Mr. Quentin Guo in the EMM Pool 1, EMM Pool 2 mission. So my job on this, what I've done on this first week was to firstly design. Let me explain firstly the concept of this micro launcher. So. We know that lunar regolith is a really precious material and is really helpful for analysis, you know, on Earth. So we wanted to, when we will be on the moon, you know, in a not so far future, we wanted to create a sort of 3D printable launcher. So a really simple one composed of 3 or 4 at max parts. Different parts. So my goal was to design firstly the tank of oxygen. So it used a compressor and thrusters to propel it. So I did some analysis on Katia, which is a software I used to do 3D modization. And I wanted to have a tank that a 3D printed tank that could resist at least 100 bars of pressure, which is a consequence by knowing that it's a 3D printable, 3D printed part. So you can see, the sort of green balloon is the exaggerated deformation of the tank, and at just to right you see the 3D model, and also at the right you see the current 3D printed tank. So you can see I did in 2 parts, yes. So this is, as you can see, really thick to handle the 100 bars of pressure. Yes, also the thruster underlegging system, which will be attached under the main tank, like this. You can see, I don't know. You can see also on the board. Okay, so yeah. So Quentin will be in charge next week to design the thruster. So it will fit on this thing. Okay. And also to raise the pressure and stop or launch the rocket, we also need an electrovan. So that I reproduce on 3D as you can see on this picture. Okay. Okay. So to end this, I would say this is a really new experience for me and I think all the crew in this mission. The first thing I noticed is that you lose the time perception that you currently have. For me, it was about 2 hours of delay, you know, sort of a jet lag thing. So I realized that living in such a confined space creates a sort of small family, and I really enjoyed that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our communication officer. Now I would like to present to our astrobiologist, Emma Fognaye. Emma, the floor is yours.
So hello everyone. So I am Emma Fognaye. I was the astrobiologist on this mission. I took care of the aquaponic system, the hydroponic system, and the space reports. So firstly, I'm going to present the aquaponic system. This was built by the Destiny mission. So I'm going to quickly explain how it works. Basically, you have so aquaponic is a mix of the words aquaculture and hydroponics. So you have a fish tank. The fish's droppings and leftover foods are turned into ammonia, which is very toxic for fishes. The bacteria and the tank are able to turn this ammonia into nitrites and then nitrates, which can provide the plants with the minerals that they need. So how this was built, you have a fish tank. The water is pumped from the fish tank to a water tank, and you can use it for monitoring the water flux. It goes through an organic filter, which is meant for trapping the big chunks of droppings or leftover foods. Then the water gets separated into several tubes, which is used for feeding the plants. So the water that is used is then full of nitrates, which give the plants the minerals that they need. Then there's the first sump at the end, which gathers the water, and then it gets distributed again on the second level. There's a second sump, and the water gets back into the fish tank. So the water is filtered by the plants. When it gets back into the tank, it was filtered. This is a closed-loop system, so the only thing that you need to add is food for the fishes. So during my mission, I was in charge of isolating the system to prevent any germs from contaminating the plants, especially because it was near to the gym. So. I also added lights to the system, and you can see that it was a bit longer. And I also monitored the flux of the water flux. My second experiment was a very simple hydroponic system. This is a non-circulating hydroponic system, which means that there is no pump, there is no need for electrical energy. So this could come in handy in case of power failures. So what I did, so basically hydroponic means that you put the plants on the substrate and then the roots of the plants are directly in water. So what I did is that I took aquavia photos and I asked Theo to 3D print little baskets according to what I wanted to do. So I asked him for two different sizes of baskets. And then I sprouted watercress and I put it in yesterday actually. I changed the parameters between the different bottles. So some of them have nutritive solution, some of them have aquavia water, which is a 9.4 pH water. So here too will be in charge of taking pictures of the plants every day and see how they react to the different parameters of the different systems. My last task was to do everyday space weather reports. So it means that I had to monitor the activity of the sun. So this is very important because the sunlit face of the moon is exposed to solar flare. There is no atmosphere, there is no magnetic field to deflect the radiations. So if there is a solar flare storm, the photons hit the ground and they can pass through bodies and cause biochemical damage. If an astronaut is on the moon during a solar flare, he will not have time to find shelter, so that is why it is very important to monitor the sun activity. So every day I would look at photograph taken by H alpha telescope from all over the world, and I would look for sunspots because solar flares most of the time originate from these kind of regions around sunspots. So the more what you get, the most likely you are to get solar flare. And then I would also look at solar flare level to decide whether or not it was safe for astronauts to go on the moon on that day. So for example, on day 4, I think, it would not have been safe for astronauts to go on the moon because the solar flare activity was too high. And and I would also look at photos of the sun in UV, and X-rays. Thank you very much.
So, we have a beautiful H-alpha picture. Hopefully today, with Morgan's telescope, we are going to see the H-alpha prominence.
So, now, allow me to introduce you our data officer, Michael Klein. Sorry.
Hello everyone. So, as Mr. Ariel says, I'm Michael Klein. I'm an INSA student in the 4th year. I'm specialized in aeronautics and mechatronics. I'm a part of this group, so I'm member of EuroMoonMars mission. I say I am and not I was because this experience touched my whole life. I'm the data officer inside this mission. So it is a strict and important role for the crew. My role was to prepare the data table on the Google Drive. It was a hard task because there are a lot of data to collect. So reaction time, circadian rate, Sudoku test, and short. The data must be as clear as possible in order to make it understandable by the MCC. Diligence, precision are the key role of this role. So I think I respect and I fulfill my role. I try my best to do it, and I'm proud to be the data officer of this group. Next, I conducted my own experiment during this mission. It is called NAWOT for Not a Waste of Time. It started a long time ago because when I was a child, my parents always learned me that waste is not, it is very important to not waste something, and we must do our best to reduce our impact on the ecology. So the idea to reduce and make reusable the waste carry on board. And during this mission, I was helped by the APAC, which is a company, an environmental-friendly company, which gives me wet towel, compostable gloves, and other items. During the mission on the base, we use 3 main items, so the gloves, the wet towel, and the garbage bag. And during the virus simulation, the COVID simulation, I noticed an increasing of 2 by 2 of these items. So we did our best to respect the protocol and the social distancing and the social rules. And that's it. I noticed that the crew was very pleased of these items, especially Christian in in one dinner when we dinner at the night, and he says that I forgot to put the wet towel on the table to wash our hands. So it helps me, and I was very pleased that someone likes my reality. During inside the base, so I prepared 2 jars of compost. Inside one there is soil, water, and compostable clothes, and the other one I put samples of wet towel. It's hard to create a compost in a small time, so I had to affect the different parameters like the temperature. So I put my 2 jars into the heating system to increase the temperature of the compost. And each day I must look the pH, the temperature, and the humidity of this compost in order to see if it's doing well or not. So the goal is to create a compost rich in nutrients to enrich the poor people of Luna or on Mars. And in further research, I hope that I can do it this year or next year. It will be to identify compostable items and to fix them and get the offcut back to reuse it. It will be good. I'd like to address special thanks to my crew and to the APAC who helped me a lot. First, Commander Roxana, which is a perfect commander for this mission. She perfectly leads this mission, not a strict leadership, but a smooth leadership. You can express yourself during this mission. Your mind is taken into account, and it is very important to feel better inside the crew. Secondly, Vice Commander Christian. I didn't know him. He is not here, but he is a perfect guy. He is nice. He helped us to integrate in this base, and we do our best to integrate him inside our crew, and it's very important. Communication officer Theo. So I appreciate his disponibility during the mission. He is always there to help someone, like Emma with her aquaponics system, and it's very nice, and thank you. And then astrologist Emma, she's the most serious inside this crew, I think. I'm not sure if it's because her lovely one, but she did her best to fulfill her mission, and it's so amazing. So thank you for all the crew, for AATC EuroMoonMars, and my final message will be that alone we can go fast, but together we can go further. Thank you.
So as we're presenting the Ample team, Ample 1 team, I start with my vice commander and I will finish with myself. So during this mission, I was the commander of the mission. As you see in this picture of day 2, at first we respected the protocols, we wear masks, and we tried to see how can we handle that in a very confined environment as a base. Of course, you see, we tried really to respect even the distance between us, and eventually we realized that we can try as hard as we can. We are still living in a completely closed environment, so at the moment we just left our mast and tried to work as best as we can, knowing the conditions. Now, of course, I tried to be the best leader I could. So it was my first time too as a commander. I hope this experience could. I hope that this experience could last longer. A week is okay because we know that the first missions to the moon will not be longer than a week. So for now, the main is 2 or 3 weeks on Earth, and then why not the moon, the real moon. I was very touched by the fact that my crew was very involved, especially because I brought Apavia water, that's 9.4 pH water inside the base, and that they all drink it without any complaints. Actually, you have to know that this is commercial water, but it's important because doctors were really interested in what are the impact of this water on the human body during isolated mission. So we had a special diet and we drank all day long water. Like we try to respect the 2 liters, 3.5 liters per day. Sometimes food was too salty, so we drank a little bit more. But yeah, I can't wait to see the results of our biological samples because yes, we were the guinea pigs of the mission, and we had to give biological samples to get more knowledge about the influence of this water on our bodies.
You know, this water is viral, huh?
It's viral?
Yes, on social media.
Yes. I'm viral on social media. Okay, so besides being very interested in what this can do, and I thank Emma that she did the experiments on watercress, yes. We saw a color change, color difference between the watercress that grew with the tap water and the watercress that grew with Apavia. The green is darker with Apavia than with the water tap. So yes, besides this, and being a leader as fast as I could, I tried to help my vice commander, and that was a task that I really enjoyed, as I used to be a PhD in chemistry, and I really missed touching and doing experiments. So I prepared agar dishes and then took samples from the most touched places in the base. So imagine that you're touching the sink like 10 times a day. You're touching the door of the water cabinet too. So all these places, we just sampled it and put the samples inside the agar dishes, and M2 will see what's growing. And this is important, as Christian said, because we're not sterile when we're going to space, and we need to start to learn more about our influence on our environment, why human being is inside a closed environment. So as we go to the moon or on the moon or on Mars. Yes, I would like to go to the thanks. I would like to give a special thanks to Professor Bernard Juan, because it's thanks to him that we got to know our lovely Agata, who hosted us during this first week, and it's not the end of it. Thanks to Analog Astronauts Training Center, because we are really living a great adventure inside the habitat, and I'm sure my students and the team inside the MCC are thinking the same as I. I'm not forgetting the Mission Control Center, the remote support that we have in Toulouse, in Korea. If Mathieu is there, thank you for your support. And of course, special thanks to Kevin and Michael, who prepared with us for the M41 mission. And unfortunately, because of the situation that did not come, we inherited Christian, and we're very happy about it, because he was a real facilitator between us and the base and Poland, especially because he read Polish and we didn't. And really, when we eat and we have some information about the food on, we cannot read it in Polish. So that's very important. Thank you, Christian, again.
That's good.
So, Michael, we missed you, but we hope to see you one day and next time for our next mission. And Bernard didn't show us the after picture. I have it. This is the after picture. This is our picture last night for our last night in the habitat. This is happy moments, but yesterday morning we actually woke up sad because we didn't want to leave our habitat. We loved it so much. We would have hoped to spend another week inside. Not more, I don't know for now, but another week, yeah, we would have loved that. So this is my dream crew and Pool One. I really enjoy spending this week with them. They are really great. And once again, we really became a family. That's bonding to live such an experience. And I'm here and I would like to tell you that I fell in love with space very late after my PhD, and I actually got inspired by really great women, and they are the best. I had the chance to meet them. Claudine Yoret, who's the only French woman who went to space, and Caitlin Robbins, who's actually just right now above us on the International Space Station. So, inspired by the best, we are doing our best to become the better that we can be ourselves. Thank you all.
Oh. Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we now give the floor to Michael. Yes.
And after Michael, we will have a coffee break.
Okay, and after Michael, we have a coffee break.
Chocolate break.
Yes. So Michael, you are on. You can share your screen. I have allowed you to do so.
Okay, thank you. So having the coffee break after me means I need to speak more quickly. Hang on, let me find my
Roberto?
presentation. I need your help with this because the last time I shared my screen that way, it wasn't clear if you could see the whole screen.
Yeah. So let's. So you go on share screen and then you pick your presentation.
Now you should see the screen. Can you see the whole place now?
No. Roberto me dit
We can make it stronger.
Mathieu m'a entendu.
Il
est là, Mathieu m'a entendu. Yes.
Roberto, you run it from here?
I don't think I'm ready for because I have a strong.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to. Then I could run it from my computer.
Yes, maybe
Yeah.
it is better.
Can you share, Mikael? So you go on share screen, and then on the menu, oh yes.
Oh, we have you. Yes.
We have you. Yes, okay, that's fine. And what about the voice?
We can attach voice to this one. Maybe on the chair. He can sit on the chair. Michael.
Oh, okay.
So I'm actually watching you on YouTube right now.
Also YouTube. Okay.
So maybe we can put Michael on YouTube. Bernard.
Can you talk? Yeah, it's an external speaker.
Yeah, it should be this Bernard.
Can you assign external speakers? Yeah, so we can
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yes. I mute myself. Okay.
Can you hear me now? So the hand sign.
Perfect. Yes. Very good.
Okay, excellent. We're speaking again, a muted audience, but I will manage. So and you can also see my slides, I think on YouTube. So what I'm going to talk about now is why AATC EuroMoonMars, and thank you Bernard for calling it the space theologian. I thoroughly enjoyed that, although I'm not sure what exactly that means, but maybe we can get closer to that together now. So I'm going to talk to you about meaning construction in analog astronaut missions. And the idea behind it is actually comes from the work I've been doing over the last 10 years. Is looking at the history of religions in space exploration. And in my opinion, can you see the whole screen?
Just a second. We're getting there.
Hello? Okay, I can't hear you. Is it?
Yeah,
We're working on something.
we can hear you.
It's good?
We see the screen.
We can go on?
And we see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, excellent. So this is basically the pivotal image that's always shown when people talk about religion or meaning in space exploration. And it is called Earth Rise. It was taken through the Apollo 8 mission in 1968 by Bill Andler, when Apollo 8 flew around the moon, flew through the orbit of the moon. And that was the first time that human eyes had seen the Earth basically from the outside. What the Apollo astronauts did at that point in time was they read from the Bible the story of creation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That led to two things basically. Number one, which is the more funny bit, is that after they had stopped their Bible reading and then blessed the population of Earth from Earth orbit, on the next day, the president of the American Atheist Association, Madeleine Murray O'Hair, went to court against NASA and actually sued NASA for spending taxpayers' dollars for sending religious messages into outer space, or from outer space. If you want to Google that, that was the case called NASA administrator at that time, went all the way up to the Supreme Court and got thrown out of court because the Supreme Court of the United States of America at that time ruled that they were not responsible for lunar orbit, which is really interesting when you look at current legislation concerning asteroid mining, for instance. But there was some other thing that happened from that image, and I will get back to that a little later in my talk. That is what is called the overview effect, the idea that humans suddenly see the Earth from the outside and construct meaning from it. So I'm going to talk to you about meaning construction in outer space. And the external meaning by, for instance, declaring something as a religious endeavor. And another example, Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong celebrated Holy Communion on the moon. So put religion into that space mission. There's people who brought Bibles to the moon and stuff like that. Still today, Russian Orthodox priests bless launchers and give external meaning to space exploration that way. There is Christmas being celebrated on the International Space Station, and
again, meaning being portrayed in the space missions. If you look at this image more closely, the interesting bit is in the top, right above the hatch, you see a crucifix in the middle of the frame, and there's a religious icon next to it. That was Christmas on the International Space Station, hang on, I can see 2009. And this is the same image from 2015. As you can see, the religious images or the overt religious images have gone away. Now it's just stockings and an upside down Christmas tree and a Santa hat, which still gives meaning to rituals. So this is not only a Christian thing. Here's an image of Sheikh Mushraf Mansour, a Malaysian astronaut who was the first, say, open Muslim. Of course, there were other Muslim astronauts during Soviet missions, but it was very hard at that time to be openly religious in space. This is the first openly religious Muslim astronaut. You can Google that guy. He's got a DVD out being a Muslim in space, and he also gives meaning to exploration. And from here, let me go to what I would call internal meaning construction, where he showed you the overview text. This is an example from the Challenger mission, of all things. That soccer ball was part of the original Challenger mission, one of the few pieces that survived the explosion. And 35 years after the Challenger disaster in 1986, in 2011, NASA took that soccer ball up to the International Space Station. They inflated it and let it fulfill its mission, thus creating meaning from within the space program. And now to get back to the original image I showed you, this is a classic example for the overview effect. And the overview effect is maybe best described in the words of Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut. And if you look at the last sentence, or the second, and the last sentence, from out there, everything on Earth looks small. International politics looks so petty. You want to grab a politician by the scruff of the neck, drag him a quarter of a million miles out, and say, look at that, this son of a bitch. So taking the outside perspective, not just professional astronauts, people pay for that. Richard Garriott, rich guy, went to the International Space Station, and he went to dive to the Titanic, and he went to Antarctica before, and he did not think space would greatly affect him, but once he went, his life changed because of that experience. So people are now looking for that experience, and I'll talk about simulating that experience a bit later. Here's another example where you don't even have to go to the moon. You can do that from Earth orbit. That's what Richard Garriott experienced. That's what Edward Gibson, Skylab astronaut, experienced. You enjoy the life that is before you. You have inner peace. Anushi Ansari, another space tourist, she goes even further. All the things that make you big and impossible, outer space gives you the feeling you can do this. Peace on Earth, she says, no problem. And we all know that peace on Earth is a huge problem, but from outer space, obviously, it looks different. And just to show you that it's not just a thing for American professionals or for Western astronauts, Oleg Makarov describes the feeling in the same way you are an inhabitant of the Earth. So my point here is space exploration can be imbued with external meaning by taking your religion or your conviction into space exploration, but it gives meaning in itself as well. And one of the prime examples for that, and this meaning for that, is the so-called cupola module on the International Space Station. That module was added to the space station to help the astronaut control the robot arm. And back you see where it was, how to control it, where to move it. But once it was attached to the International Space Station, what astronauts did was they spent their free time in there and looked down towards Earth, experienced the overview effect. And what they also did was they took a lot more pictures. And here's what I was at a workshop at Brown University and did a small research project with students from Brown into that. We looked at the data stream, and after Cupola was added to the ISS, a lot more photographical data was sent back to us. And that's where mean construction and experiments go together, because when you take pictures of the Earth, on the one hand, you produce scientific data, and on the other hand, you produce something that gives yourself pleasure, meaning, enjoyment, makes you relax, things like that. So there's a clear mixture of the two sides of this, say, science and spare time in a mission that comes together when you look at meaning construction, in this case, the overview effect. And you can simulate that. You don't have to experience it yourself. You can do, for instance, a thought experiment and think about the nature of relaxation and science through meaning construction. And this is the concept of what I'm showing you in this image. This is an architectural concept of the artist Jorge Manes Rubio. He was actually an artist in residence at ESTEC, as far as I remember. And he designed this temple on the moon. It's on the rim of Shackleton crater, and it plays with the overview effect. This is the one place on the moon, or one of the few places on the moon, where you do not see the Earth all the time. So his idea is to construct a mission that is not prone to the overview effect. And then you can ask the question, where does that mission construct its meaning? Where does that mission get its meaning from? And now we're getting into the area of religion and theology. So it will be my answer to meaning construction within missions. One thing is you can do that on purpose. And the tool that we use for that is a phenomenon called reification. Reification means you convert something that is thought, that is idea, into a concrete thing, or you regard something as a concrete thing that is not a concrete thing. There's another meaning to reification, and that comes from Gestalt psychology. And you can see in figure A, the non-existing triangle, in figure B, the pole that is not there, in figure C, the sphere that's not there, and in figure D, you can imagine that this is something you would not see in a selfish lens. So reification, apart from the two things I just mentioned, also means to perceive a concrete thing in its absence. And something in its absence is what theology dabbles in all the time. I'll give you one example where theology and space exploration overlap. What you see here is a Carthusian monastery. That, architecturally speaking, the first instance of the family, a single family home. You see the church at the top, and then you see those communal buildings in the middle, and then you see those little houses with gardens that are within the walls of the monastery. Those are priest cells, and they reify the idea that the individual priest has to be self-reliant and is meditating on his relationship to God all the time. So this monastery reifies the theological idea. There's a community that's reified in the middle, there's a clear boundary to the outside, and there's also the duty of the priest to be self-reliant, or the monk, to be self-reliant and pray and meditate to God within that close-up community. This is a sketch of such a Carthusian monastery. The blue part would be the individual meditating part. The yellow part would be the part where the individual meditating people can come together. And the red part would be the part where this close community interacts with the outside world. You can compare that to a space station. You can say the space station or an analog habitat has a similar architecture. It flows something out from the outside, it has connections to the outside, but it's locked up from the outside. It serves a specific purpose. Look at MDRS, there's labs. Look at the habitat that you are just in. There is laboratories to do science, but there's also a communal space. So from this reification scenario, a monastery and a space mission are comparable. You could also compare a space habitat to prison. Would not be such a nice comparison, but it would also work. So let's think about what are things that are really fine in space exploration. Community, and interestingly enough, that's what the M4 wanted to really think the presentation. It was about community. We were a team. Somebody said we were a family. Worldview of the mission. That was not so overt in what you just said, but it's also always there. What worldview does a mission represent? We came for all mankind, what the Apollo astronauts said when they stepped on the moon. Social structure. Who's boss? Who's not boss? Who's the worker bee? And who's the guy who's sitting at the side and controls everything? Communal support. Who's supporting us from the outside? You know, the relationship that you experience between MCC and the M41, the outside relations as well, and an internal economy. That during your 1 week mission, that was probably not as over, but you can surely imagine what that would mean. I do this if you do that. If I don't have to do this, I'll do that. That could be sort of an internal economy. So you can reify those things, and with those things, give meaning to a mission or not. You can, for instance, have a mission architecturally designed like this, where everything serves a clear purpose, and is vastly different than what we have on Earth in everyday life. Or you can have a mission that looks more like that, where you mimic Earth society, and thus have a totally different social structure and meaning on structure. And now we're talking about architecture, but you can also think about crew composition. If you think about crew composition, what's the purpose of your mission? That is a picture that clearly depicts exploration, right? That's the American dream. We go forward. By the way, the future is always to the right, interesting, right? And there's heroic men in the foreground. There's actually a female in the background. There's also a colored person in the far back. So that says a lot about the perception of the space program right there. When you look at the history of the space program, it was white men who basically looked like me, only I'm not as physically fit as those guys, who were the crews that we remember from the early days of the space program. Nowadays, space exploration is a lot more diverse, represents humanity a lot closer than it did during the 1960s and 70s. And that has led to some discussions. How will crew composition, or how will a change in crew composition affect missions, right? Oh no, there will be females in what those spacecraft. Imagine all the dubious things that could happen. By the way, probably never happened, wasn't a big problem. The only thing you needed was a curtain if you wanted to go to the bathroom. So crew composition was supposed to change space exploration radically, and thus ascribe different meaning towards space exploration. Let's be quite frank here. Without a sexual mixture, there would be no procreation possible. Well, you could use medical things, but just think of society and the future of society. So that gives a different meaning to space missions. And also, and this is my point, and this is the reason I'm sad I couldn't come. I would have loved to be with you guys, but I'm also sad I couldn't do my experiment. Because what I'd really like to do research on, and I will do, I've already wrote the proposal to the International Space University, robots as true. What you see here is a robot that is not true. This robot goes where no man, human, woman, no human can go. So it replaces humans. And a lot of the robots that we use in space exploration do replace humans. But what if they don't replace? This one is sort of middle ground between replacing humans and working and helping humans. This robot is designed to be strong humans, more nimble, and also not need oxygen outside of the space station. But there's also robots like this. This thing is called Simon, and it's a companion robot. It was on the International Space Station. It talked to Alexander Gerst. You can see the video on YouTube. It's pretty fun because here's the good part about it. Alexander Gerst hurt the robot's feelings.
Oh.
So that is the perception the media gave to that video. But think about it. There's a robot that is not there to replace a human, but a companion robot. And this is something that I'm really interested in. If you have a companion robot that's not replacing humans, how do you make sure this does not happen? And I wanted to use this little guy, courtesy of my university. They gave me two of them. I've got a red one, I've got a blue one. And the idea was to have them come to Apple and be there with us and basically spend their time with us, play with us, be part of the crew, be a companion, look toward the future, be somebody to talk to, and give a new dimension to that crew. Not do the things that robots usually do, replace humans, do what humans can do, but just be part of the crew. And we would have looked at, and I'm going to look at that, and maybe I can send the MPOL-1 crew a survey and the MPOL-2 crew to what they would have loved to see in that robot, what properties they would have assigned, what tasks they could have given the robot, how they would have cared for that poor little robot who would have been in that cold habitat with us, and how they would have perceived that robot. So I'm going to observe the role and properties that astronauts ascribe to a robot, because I would like to understand the changes that robots as part of crew will make for the future of space missions and also space mission simulation. And with that, I close. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
It's very nice to do this follow-up result. We involved the astronaut as a preparation for the future campaign. And we are going to discuss also the possibility of follow-up MPOL campaigns. I know for sure that we are planning a big one in August next year. That will be also attached to hands-on workshop and to a build-up of the full moon base. But there could be also opportunity of an intermediate research campaign that we would do in the spring. We have to discuss that, and we could have you. We have also with us Amanda that has some experiments she wants to do. She wants to do some brain imaging experiment, EEG in the habitat. So clearly, I've seen a lot of research has been accomplished, and then we will have also some more to do. So now we are going to take a coffee break virtually, but also physically, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Yeah, is that good? For Agatha's presentation and also some other presentation from MPOL. Yeah, okay, excellent. Have a good time.
Yeah, YouTube, we're on a break. All people on the YouTube, we welcome you also to take a cup of tea or coffee and enjoy with us.
Okay, very good. You can ask Agatha something there? Yes, okay. Otherwise, we use mine. Okay. Or also, so you have a presentation on AATC?
In general, yes,
Yeah,
about AATC.
And
Roberto, I sent you this presentation. Can I please cover my USB key? We can already.
quelle couleur c'est la bleue?
Mais la verte, qui est là. La bleue. I sent it them in the morning.
Good. So let's get. Ben oui.
Moi, le verbe est pas toi. Mais après, tu redimensionnes. Mais moi, ce que je voudrais faire, c'est j'ai trouvé un profil, je vais dimensionner par rapport à ce qui se fait, et c'est fini. Tu dimensionnes. D'accord. On va faire un assemblage pour vérifier les. Alors, moi, c'est pas important, il y a un assemblage. Quand je mangeais pour
Ok, on va dans le sens des flèches. Voilà.
Alors, c'est pas de vous la petite sœur, d'avoir un peu de c'est
vraiment diffusé. Quand vous êtes servi, vous circulez, s'il vous plaît. Maintenez les distances. Quittez.
Oh, I love that. Oh, we loved it.
I have a surprise movie for you, but later on.
We saw it on the internet. It's already went viral.
No, this is
A, po pierwsze jest podłączenie z ognia. No, dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Ja widzę, że taka pana ma.
Ale my wszyscy tak troszkę tak.
Tak troszkę.
Ja
bardzo dużo alkoholu
ja,
pili, tak?
nie, wiecie co?
Nie, to czemu nie spali?
Bo my więcej wino pili.
O, no tak.
Słabe.
No tak. No tak, wszystko tak.
Did you see the traduction?
What?
I've sent you by mail the traduction. The translation. Or the
Yeah, of course, and we ask you yeah. About capital, about logo, and all this. Yeah, like you translate everything.
Actually, then I have Yes, I think you just underestimate yourself. Non, mais c'est 6h du matin.
Donc, finalement,
Yes.
oui, bah, c'est
Nous, c'est très bien.
We need some extra laptop because there is only 6% of power for this laptop. So there will be a crash, battery crash. Ale nie rozumiesz, że się zaraz bateria na laptopie skończy. A nie ma, Roberto, ładowarki, bo nie wziął. Anyone has a charger for a laptop, like Robert's laptop? Okay, maybe after this.
Alors ici, bon,
Maybe can use the one of the laptop.
But then I have to send to Bernard all the files.
you need water?
Et en fait, j'avais eu Quentin,
Myślę, że musimy innego laptopa.
Znaczy, może tego, ale ten na przykład swojej prezentacji chciałam powiedzieć wcześniej.
Il est sorti dans la livre, quoi. Ah ouais. Il est sorti du parquet, il a mis. Et ensuite, le gars, vous êtes bon, chez moi, on a eu une dégustation, c'est et en plat et dessert, il est à 62. C'est l'avocat féminine. Ça s'appelle c'est c'est bon. Moi, je super mal. 70%, nous sommes de la ratatouille, c'était pas que la viande. Et ils ont ah ouais, on a le levant, on était comme ça. En plus, à chaque fois, ils sont de nous. On était à 100 mètres de loin. Ça par contre, le lien, c'est que du coup, on devait marcher, on va aller au live. Ah, vous avez bien non, c'est aller au retour.
Astronaut Center.
Et nous, on a et avec Julien, tu sais pas encore. Vous avez vu la question. Non, pas mal. Je suis en train de discuter. Le gars, il faut et alors, vous avez celui qui s'en rend compte, c'est la clé. Non, au moment où on s'est assis, on a fait
I'm very
vous allez voir, en fait, sur la base, vous êtes sérieux de ce qu'il y a à faire. Je pense que là, vous allez arriver, vous allez les déplacer, vous allez commencer par les connaître, parce qu'il y a énormément de choses à faire, dans le sens où c'est juste un modèle. Et voilà, c'est que vous allez avoir beaucoup d'activités, vous allez avoir une note super, vous allez faire le soir, on a parce qu'en vrai, si tu respectes bien ton truc, normalement. Mais. Ouais, c'est quand même dur. Ouais, c'est les bords, vous avez que la vie. Parce que vous avez un final de yeah, watch out. Vous avez un niveau aujourd'hui. En vrai, tu peux même faire un peu des. Parce que je suis dans le sens où normalement, je suis en train de jouer un peu. Vous avez décidé que c'était. Je monte à Dominique. Ah non, je regarde. Non, mais aussi la police. On va se parler de nous. Non, c'est Bobby. C'est Bobby. Oui, en fait, je regrette que je dois faire cette problème. C'est le cas. Gros, j'ai analysé. J'ai regardé les constantes normales on dit que le plus j'ai juste un vérifié sur la carte de données. Du coup, je suppose que c'est.
You have to study that and
Tu m'as
tonight.
une question à chaque fois, ils vont
Non, mais en fait,
Oui. Alors, moi, je suis plus pour là avec.
Au début, on faisait la blague, on a tellement fait la blague au début. On l'a fait vraiment très long.
Il a pas été pas ça veut dire aussi.
Ouais, comment ça, souvent?
Théo.
Mais c'est la première zone qui est un peu mieux.
Mais vraiment, moi, tu vois, le lanceur, il a fait du temps de c'est pas grand non, c'est désactivé, il continue à faire un peu, mais il est 3 heures du matin, on va la grosse revue qui m'a pris 24 heures.
24 heures de pression.
17 heures.
Parce que là, la pièce, c'est un peu pour la
C'est ça, par contre,
après, c'est bon. Chaque test,
Alors,
je sais, moi, ouais, parce que c'est marrant parce que le coup d'arrière, là, le coup il est là, tu chies dans une machine, et quand tu tires la chasse, en mode toboggan, et c'est pratique. Mais c'est pas pratique. Pour le association, c'est un jour, j'ai bien fait.
Tu mets ton drapeau, c'est
in one minute, it's fast.
Non, mais tu chies la vocale. C'est comme ça.
Oui, surtout que tu mets la vocale dans le thé, en fait.
Surtout que celui-là, c'est l'idée avec un peu de goût de la vocale qui se disparaît pas. Sauf que tu as et le l'impression de voir. Et le téléphone, c'est pas beaucoup.
Zaczynamy za 1 minutkę.
Désolé, dans la valise, il y aura une section. Non, on parle de choses de personnes. De garçons. Vous avez vu l'aéropolitique aussi, il n'est pas venu. Non, on pouvait laisser dans une bouteille. Non, on a laissé dans une fiole. Non, pour les en fait, si tu laisses trop la pompe à l'huile, ça explose. La pression
Et là, tu dis, que la personne la plus qui passe, c'est oula!
Ouais, en fait, Joe et Joe.
Oui, c'est nous aussi, et c'est l'odeur de l'eau. Vous avez l'odeur?
Let's take your seat, and I'm also going to take a picture with you with all the masks. Okay, I see that we can. Please take your mask.
Okay, we can start.
Let's start. You can also spread a bit on this side. Okay, so we start with Arthur.
No,
with you.
first I will start, yes, and then...
Okay, please take your seat. We get the presentation from here.
Now, we don't, Arthur has no Zoom here on his laptop, so maybe we can use your laptop.
Yeah, you have a presentation or?
Do you want to share your presentation on Zoom?
Yeah, so yes, I can copy it on my computer. Okay, excellent. I will load it. I get a start. Yeah, we do one little picture with the mask. Then also that's something we can easily distribute. Each of you, a mask, a good distance. Some distance, yes. Some distance, a bit of distance. So yes, bench. Yeah, you use a bench. Use here. Yes. Okay. Okay, we are ready to start. Yeah. Okay, I do one picture with the mask. Yes, excellent. Okay, yeah, we do one picture with the mask that we can easily distribute everywhere. Okay. Excellent. And we call it, yes, it's Astronaut Academy.
Astronaut Academy.
No, we have the Academy, Air Force Academy.
No, we have X Academy.
Just to make it clear on the.
Okay, but maybe you can go. Okay, for that. Excellent. Okay, this is And I take also, this is Kepler?
Yes.
I take one picture with Kepler as well. He has no mask, but
He's
He has the collar. Avec nous. I have one mask.
Oh, no.
Take one if you want. I have here. I got it. I'm always losing it. It's okay. Because I know that it
Then you can
doesn't
sit. You can sit here.
work. You can sit next to me as well.
Okay. Okay, d'accord. Okay.
Oh wow! Quelle brochette!
Okay. Yes, and you can pick one. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Distance.
Yes, Ola.
On the white? On the white button.
White button?
Yes, the white circle. Let's see.
Check.
Sorry.
Yeah, non, c'est je crois que
one.
il a appuyé sur
Yes, the white. Ah.
Yeah.
Code red.
Roberto,
we did you.
Mask.
Yeah, no, we never done. Okay.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Be careful. One more. Be careful.
Where's the moon?
One more. Check.
Six.
Moon is there, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so it's my pleasure to have Agatha that we describe the Analog Astronaut Training Center background. Okay.
Thank you. So first I will start with a movie. Some of you probably already, it is a trailer, because this is very unique moment for our company, Analog Astronaut Training Center, because we celebrate 20 missions for 2020. This was our milestone for Polish analog missions, and we are very happy that we have you here on this celebration, this special moment in our. There will be you too. No, but it's not going. Okay. Yes, so indeed we are really realize that we have to build habitat analog place on the Earth and test many kinds of situations. Okay, so our analog missions in Poland are actually our baby to grow, and we are at the really earliest level. So everything started, thinking seriously about sending humans to the stratosphere in ESA. When I was working, I had my contract as the postdoc in Advanced Concepts team. And here, probably some of you know this place, especially Bernard.
I know too.
So this is the educational part of ESA, where you can see some mock-ups of modules or some even original parts that went to space. And this was our first crew. We decided to create a habitat in Poland. These were students not big professors, because we couldn't find any dialogue with serious people, because they had many grants, many other projects. And when we said we want to build a habitat in Poland, of course, there was no response. So we decided to make it very young, and we met Bernard then in ESA, and Bernard taught us how to operate analog simulations. So first analog simulations we had with Bernard, and here you see one of our first trials, first experiments that occurred in ESA in Netherlands. So it was long time ago. Then maybe you know that in 2016 the Director General of ESA announced the concept of Moon Village, and Bernard was also very active in promoting this concept of a Moon Village. So Bernard started to organize Moon Village workshops in ESA, in ESTEC in Netherlands. And our team, small team from Poland, dreaming about the habitat in Poland, we went there and we had this workshop with Bernard. So this was also very inspiring for our crew, to meet real people working on the real moon, making real space projects. And also with Bernard, we went to Cologne, to Germany, where there were volcanoes and where there were special areas to make EVAs, extravehicular activities. Here you see the lander that Bernard has in ESTEC. And we started to design small equipment for our future analog simulations. And usually we try to find a sponsor. So for example, here you see a rover sponsored by National Geographic. And these kind of sponsors, they were really keen on helping us, supporting us, not like universities at this time. So we started to work with ESTEC engineers, also students. We asked them, do you want to join our project? We want to build the habitat in Poland. You will have your contribution. You are known to build the rover. Can you build it for us? And of course, this was my first baby, which was not a human baby, yes? A rover baby. So I'm very proud of it. This is how And then we started to think about simulating gravity in different conditions. So we start also to search for teams, organize teams to create random positioning machines, because we had completely no money to pay 22,000 euros to buy this fancy Boeing machine that simulates microgravity. So we said, okay, this must be simple. Let's try to do this by our hands. And we had several prototypes in order to get more and more accurate in simulating this kind of gravity conditions. So we also, you see there are two prototypes here. Here is the third prototype, actually with LED lights, because many people now, they ask us to customize random positioning machine. They need this, they need this. And now we already know how to program this, that there is a real simulation of gravity in quite a relatively low cost. So we can afford this finally. And then we got finally this idea, okay, it's 2016, inspired by Bernard, Moon Village concept. We said, no, this is the year we must have space in Poland. We have to be first. And we said, like, we had no money, it costs like a hell of money. We said, okay, let's do a crowdfunding company. A crowdfunding mission. We organized everything, recorded movies, prepared these graphics. Then I worked with Space is More. The director of this is Leszek Gorzechowski. So they were really doing well with this crowdfunding campaign. But we asked only for 30,000 Polish zloty, which was only for a dome, which you see in the center, and one module. This was one container, 6 meters long. And then we promised in this campaign that in this kind of small setup, a dome and a container, we will make the first lunar analog mission in Poland. And you know what I'm saying, I'm doing this. And this is like a sacral thing. I cannot break these words. So to me, it was a very stressful time because I saw that this crowdfunding campaign didn't go well. We waited, it was like 1 month of collecting the money and only we paid money. We made all noise in media because you know that it has to be integrated. Everything has to be integrated in order to get this funding. But nothing. So there were like last days and we see, okay, we are going to lose everything. We have to do it in another way. We don't know yet how. And it was, look, May 2016. So at the very last moment, I got a call that we found an investor who wants to give us billions of Polish zloty. And he paid for this crowdfunding campaign, the all value, because then it worked. You know, we had like this system that you need to pay all, then you can get this money. If you don't pay, don't collect everything, you won't get money. So he paid this money for us. And he said, I will buy you 6 containers at least, not 1. Let's make it looking beautifully. And we managed, because of his money, to buy all containers on time. So in August 2016, we already had the containers and the dome. But of course, problem with equipment still exists. Anyway, after next year, we moved the base. Our investor decided not to have the base here, decided to have base in our area. So we moved all the base to the north of Poland, to Piła. He was an investor, he could do whatever he wanted, and this was the final decision. And already in Lunares base, which was first initially the base here, we moved it there and we organized several missions. But the first mission in Poland, the first lunar mission, as I promised, it will be in 2016, that was here, where it was. It was at the observatory, where we are all sitting here. In these 2 domes, connected by a tent. It was very simple. We knew that, oh my God, this is so simple, so unprofessional, but we promised to do this, and we will do this as best as we can. So this was our first crew. Now, 4 people worked in Visa. Dorota on the right, she worked many years for Astronaut Center in Cologne, and now she works for CNES, for French company. She is very good person in designing tools for astronauts on the moon. Then, yes, other people are PhDs in astrophysics, astronomy, so they were really good people. Christian mentioned that mission doesn't matter, experiments doesn't matter, the habitat, this is not the most important thing. The most important is the quality of people and the crew. So we tried to have the best quality, and of course Matt. I met Matt during this time, it was 2016, and now I have a baby with him. So even there are different kind of achievements after this kind of activities. If you find a wife or a husband, you can organize a mission. This is my thought. So the first analog mission, you see we have a Martian flag. Even it was a lunar mission, we had a Martian flag because we were building a Martian space here, a habitat. The name of our habitat here was Mars, Modular Analog Research Station. That is why we have the Martian flag. And we made a big celebration. Oh, to show you that these are very unique photos that no one has. This is a process of building the habitat here in Rzepiennik. It is just when you go from the hill
200 meters down the hill.
Yes, 200 meters down the hill. This first Polish base was built. And here you see Matt, my partner, and my father were building this. So it was not again that we hired a company to build us a habitat, which would cost enormous amount of money. We made it by our hands. Then it was much, much cheaper, of course. And then we were happy that finally we have a habitat. It was 2016. We have very simple suits, Very simple. Again, everything was very simple. But as you see, we tried to make as we were happy. And we made day EVAs, night EVAs, everything what we can in order to promote the culture of analog simulations in Poland, because we had no one to collaborate here. We were like on the desert, really in space, without no one. So then we designed the whole offer, what we can share with local people, with national people, institutes, and of course internationally. Our vision was to be as much professional as possible, to educate, to train, thinking in the future about our habitat in the stratosphere, of course. But it was not so easy once we started to collaborate with serious partners like universities, institutes. They thought that we are crazy space enthusiasts and that we want to play in the habitat, we want to play as astronauts. So we needed to really show the level. And one support we received again from Bernard. He brought his lunar lander that you see here inside. Here I'm invited our people to see our EVA terrain, which was isolated from light, which was connected with the habitat I will show you in a moment. And these white suits people, they came from ESTEC. So they were Bernard's students. So they also had us to show to Poland, to show to this local environment that this is serious. This is not a game. This is not a crazy thing. So Lunares looks like this now. This all white triangle building, this is simply a hangar for a plane. It was a military plane. And this all EVA terrain, which is located in the hangar, is connected by an airlock with the habitat. So this is like the graphics you can see how it is located. And the airlock again looks very simple. Now it will be more like a spacey because our investor has money, and of course, investor, it is not our any longer the investor, but our investor wants to make a really beautiful views of each module, and he has a lot of money to do this. And this is EVA terrain. Everything was covered with a white screen because we were thinking about projection of different images, especially for artistic events. We wanted to organize artistic events in this area. But until now, nothing happened because these screens are very complex and it is very complex to prepare a good movie for this kind of environment. Anyway, on the right side, you have a gray basalt rocks. On the left, you have more Martian conditions, so more orange rocks. And again, we designed some private chambers for each analog astronaut. Now it looks much more fancy. This was the first iteration of these private chambers. And it was made by me, by Matt. Again, we didn't hire any company to do this. We made it by our hands during nights and days. So it was very interesting also to build the habitat. Yes. You know how many things I learned during this process? I learned so many new skills. And then we started to collaborate with artistic companies, and they proposed us to use their hydroponic system that you are working on. So this was very simple, 8 columns. Each column can be independently fitted with different types of media, and we can observe what happens in all column. So usually it was beautifully green. Many astronauts, analog astronauts, really liked to go there to this biolab. And of course, I started to buy equipment from private money. So besides going to holidays or somewhere, all money that we had, even for our food, went to buy equipment. But fortunately, my partner was the same space enthusiast, so he said, yes, I don't want to buy an ice cream, but I want to buy a vacuum pot. For this, I have money. For the ice cream, I don't. He always said like this. And then we started also to think about micro consortia, microorganisms, which can be interesting for professors, for universities, that we all have here on site every day. And also we try to equip the oil modules with fancy equipment. For example, here you see the light, which was the first prototype of sunlight simulator. Now we have a very advanced iteration of this prototype, which you have here in the campus. So every year we are in progress. Do you know where I found this? I found this in Netherlands in the trash.
Oh.
And we completely rearranged this, and now it is a glove box. And depending on needs, we can make it a real glove box because it has possibilities to do this. Well, and then the missions. In 2017, we started international missions. So it was such a big success. First, we had a PMAS mission, which was Poland, Mars analog simulation, organized by Space Generation Advisory Council. So for us it was, wow, first our mission, and we even didn't test the habitat, and then they are coming in. So it was, look how big Mission Control Center is. It was located 40 kilometers from Kyiv. And then in the same year we had the second lunar mission. So it was iteration of what happened here, because we promised to the crew that you are the first, but we promise you to organize a mission in a beautiful habitat. So we did it, and the Mission Control Center was in Aztec.
Wow.
So it was again, wow, very, very loud in Poland. We were all in media because we really wanted to highlight, hello, we are in Poland. You can collaborate with us. We really want to collaborate because we want to raise the culture of human space flights and education. And then there was one medical doctor working with us in the team, in the Lunaris team. He organized a mission for disabled person. He, of course, was better than average person in the normal life. He was working on rocket fuel and he had an accident. So now he's making a PhD from the moon. He's very big and smart guy. So he said, of course, I want to go to the habitat, and he was better even than other analog astronauts. So we were really amazed by what he has done. And then we had some educational missions for gymnasium people. So for 12, 13 years old. We tried to check if there will be some interest in analog simulations for younger generation. And you can't imagine there is even higher interest in Poland, because I'm not saying internationally. In Poland, there is even a higher interest of smaller kids or students than here for real students in Poland. And again, we had a mission from nearly all continents beside Antarctica. So it was another very big achievement for us to have all of them. Then we had first Chinese person. Angelique is now working in ESA. And the man on the left, he is now working in the, he communicates with ISS, with astronauts.
Oh, wow.
He's operator of some procedures. So all people who are here later, they really make these dreams real. So for us, this is very beautiful, and we keep fingers crossed always. Whenever we can support, we support these people. So we write several papers that he did a great work. We publish, we share these results with public by using publications. And our main topics in these habitats that we have here in Poland, we want, of course, to specialize, because we know that there will be soon very big competition, and we need to specialize in order to be unique, you know, for some type of experiments. So we are working particularly on time illusions. This is neuroscientific problem, but very interesting. And now Thomas Pasquet is running subjective time perception tests in analog conditions on the ground. So this is, you see, this is not a joke. It is made by real astronauts. We also try to use several prototypes made by several scientists and use them in these analog conditions, in very fully controlled conditions on our analog astronauts. So for example, here you have a prototype of monitoring of the heart and breathing. This is a pneumonitor, which is the up thing, and then you have a device, SOX sensors, to measure voice, amplitude, frequency, and distance from one person to another. So it was very beautiful experiment for distancing, and if somebody would like to make it professionally, I would recommend professional sensors. Then you have simple, beautiful tables of interactions with people. You don't need to do anything, just the sensors compute everything. You can monitor everything. So here in this case, we see that girls, Asha and Dorota, they had a higher frequency of voice, and males, they had a lower frequency of voice. We didn't recognize words, but we could recognize when all people are speaking. And this was depicting the meetings, briefings and debriefings. So we could also use this data for this kind of monitoring. And this is basically what we could get, several graphs, several correlations. This gave us a lot of information. But until now, this data was not published, and it was because we simply had no all policy around this project. So if you want to publish something out of work on humans, you need to have bioethical committee agreement. Otherwise, reviewers will say, first, you need to give us bioethical committee agreement, and then we can publish it. This is number one if you want to do something on humans. But Marcel, he made all this policy, and he got a PhD based on our analog simulations. So this was again our very good success, that somebody made a PhD based on work with us. This you know, this is a standard schedule. Some of you maybe don't like it.
Some of us.
Here we have even a wheelchair. And sometimes we added to the schedule abstract person to raise the morals of the mission. Because some people, yeah, I know, this might be weird, but many people say that it will be good if we have one other person. At least we will feel that there is one other person with us. And for us, a wheelchair was simply Twardowski. Here in Poland, we have a legend that Twardowski was the first man on the moon.
Okay.
So we tried always to make some, jokes that they can feel better. And this table, you know, probably, it is different table, but it is again water balance. So in each analog simulation that we have here in Poland, we measure water balance, we measure circadian rhythms, time illusions, and many things. So we have averages of drunk water versus urine. You see in different phases of the mission, we can have different amounts of parameters. And then we also are doing subjective time perception experiments. Matt, who is here on this photo, wrote the application that you are using. And we are doing several experiments on it. And then we observed that when we send a feedback after you solve this subjective time perception test, if the computer will tell you that you were too fast or irregular, your brain can train how to make it perfectly well. So we saw that after 1 week of training, so of receiving the feedback about your time perception, you can be perfect in, maybe not perfect, but you can significantly increase your subjective time perception accuracy. This was very interesting paper. Besides experiments, we are also training people in water, land, and air trainings. So we are collaborating with several special institutes or even special forces. So they organize for us special training dedicated for analog astronauts, and this is very nice. To cope with stress, to cope with new environments and new situations. And especially for the crew, we test, if there is a very complex mission, very difficult, we first test them in some stressful conditions, in some survival training. Our goal is also to send somebody to parabolic flights. Many people who are among us dream about making some experiments in parabolic flights.
We are.
And it is not so easy, probably all of you know, because everything has to be safe and everything has to be very well prepared to perform such a study. We also collaborate with the human centrifuge here in Poland. So together with the operator of the centrifuge, we designed the Soyuz profile of starting, of launch and the landing, all these gravity forces pushing you. So we were testing this, and this was very interesting experience. We are now making second and next iterations, but this is very expensive. So for 2 days of such training, we pay 11,000 Polish zloty.
2,000 euros.
11,000 Polish
Yeah,
zloty,
2,000
and this
euros.
is in total 4 hours you are on the centrifuge. For 11,000. So it is not for everyone. Oh, this is our operator, Dr. Krzysztof Kowalczyk. Also, we collaborate with the same medical military Military Institute of Aviation Medicine. This is the institute that they have this human centrifuge. They also have hypobaric and hyperbaric chambers. So they can run all tests as professional as for standard soldiers, like pilots. And we have access to all these trainings. Then this is a typical test that you need to perform in this stressful environment. We also try to learn how to fly. We make skydiving. So coping with your brain says no, you will die, and you say no, I won't. Parachute. So we are skydiving. Yeah, this is Matt in his, I think, third skydiving, where he said that this is his last one. So his brain still cannot understand that this is good for it. But Matt really likes to dive, and now he will be in few days exactly an instructor, diving instructor. So we will be able to run our own diving trainings finally. So we don't need to pay a lot of money. We can do this by ourselves. And we have, of course, our own equipment. So this is also good. What Matt is doing now with the Institute of Extreme Medicine, it's to make a special desk for resuscitation in space. And that's what they want now to do in parabolic flight. And yeah, I hope they will be lucky this year. We also do simple training, I shouldn't say simple, rocket science trainings actually. But to rise again the idea of space in our country, we must start from scratch. And the first thing is Aspera, is to have some rocket in order to fly. There is no other way to get to space, yes, only a rocket. So we try that all of us will build its own rocket, and we know how to do this, at least on a model in this scale. Yes, so this is a very nice adventure here in Rzepiennik. We are also sewing parachutes. different kinds. So we try which kinds of parachutes are the most safe, the lightest, all these things we are doing here as training. And finally, stratosphere. So this is our dream. We are lifting more and more things to the stratosphere and trying to feel comfortable in this environment, which is, I must tell you, harder than in space. Because in space, you know that every 90 minutes you have light on the orbit. And in this situation, you have wind. And you don't know if your balloon, if your payload will not stay somewhere at night for more than 24 hours. And what you will do with all your systems that they need a solar power. So this is a very tricky environment, I must tell you. But that is why we like it so much. Yes, and we are testing several types of materials, of antennas, of trackers. Oh, plenty of experiments. We try to fly every month, but because of this mission, we had the flight for 17th of October, but we didn't do this.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, we will do this in November. And now we are testing the first geostationary system, finally, and system for stabilizing the cameras, which is a very interesting project. Yeah.
Hola.
Hola, as always. So we have different kinds of capsules, and our project is now called Stratos. We got a very good financing for first prototype of geostationary platform. So hopefully we will manage. We have very smart people. After analog missions, we meet more and more smart people, so we can start to be a team and to do something big, something serious. And yeah, from Stratosphere, we also do some science. We have more and more collaborators, serious partners, university partners. So we are at this level that people trust us that we are doing very good quality job. And yeah, this is, for example, one example of master thesis. Matt finally made his master thesis from a habitat system. You didn't try it because it is very complicated. You need pre-training, like 3 days of pre-training to use it. So we resigned from making these trainings for you. But if you will be interested in the future missions, we can introduce you to this system. And this you made, so treadmill test and subject to time perception, Sudoku test and template. This is already published and it was even awarded.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's good, because it's very tough.
Yes, especially it should be awarded. Yes. And this is, as I told you, the second iteration of sunlight simulator, which we want to send to space one day. And we are also trying to be smart, that astronauts will have more time to perform their experiments and not to fill in tables with all parameters. What you already know, how much time it does take. And then the final thing that we are doing the vegan leather. So we believe that in order to get money to our projects, we need to make a factory of something and sell it in a large amounts and receive money like Elon Musk. He has several companies, yes, a diversity of businesses. So this is one of our businesses. We try to produce this leather from kombucha consortium. So this is a bacterial nanocellulose. We know how to make it very resistant material, very nice material, similar to animal leather. Yes, and we wrote several publications. This is on the International Astronautical Congress, and this is already normal publication in Springer. And yeah, thank you very much. This was just an introduction. We have plenty of projects, plenty of results. It's not the time to tell you, but we are very open to collaborate, and we believe that you will be satisfied with this collaboration. And wow. That's all.
You want to introduce
now I would like to introduce you Arthur. He is sergeant. How to say in English? To make
Sergeant
it
cadet.
sergeant cadet.
Best cadet is the best Polish military technical
So he's not a
university
normal
in
person.
Warsaw.
Yes.
So, a super space cadet.
Despite all problems, related with actual situation, he got a green light to come here, which is very unique again, very unique. And because he is the best in his military university of technology, that is why they allowed him to come. And we met on a professional rocket workshop, and we found that Arthur also dreams about space, and he has very nice ideas about solving several problems in space. So Arthur, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Good, excellent. You can sit here, and then
Okay.
Then you are here, your presentation.
Okay, so firstly, thank you for the invitation. I'm really pleased to be here and present you my presentation about adaptation of drones to work in a deep space environment on the example of Ingenuity's helicopter. The Ingenuity will be the first drone, first helicopter, first powered flight on another planet because this mission is autonomous. It will be Ingenuity. It will be a small autonomous aircraft that will be carried to the surface of the red planet attached to the belly of the Perseverance rover. Its mission is completely independent to a rover science mission, and it will be the first powered flight on the another planet. It's very important and necessary to tell it will be the first powered flight because in 1985 the Soviet Vega mission deployed 2 helium balloons to the Venus, and it were designed to float at an altitude of 54 kilometers, and the battery allowed to measure the pressure, the wind speed, and the temperature and aerosol density for about 60 hours in Venus's dense atmosphere. And the Ingenuity is a technology demonstration to prove that this is possible to make a first powered flight on the Mars. And there are several technical requirements to put in this design to make it happen. The first thing is that we need to have enough power to lift off in a thin Martian atmosphere. The Martian atmosphere, atmospheric volume is about 1% of Earth's. So the cubic meter of air in this room will weigh about 1.2 kilograms. The same cubic meter of air on the Mars will weigh about 20 grams. So we need to get a lot of air flowing. And to compare to fly this kind of vehicle on Mars, we have the same vehicle on to fly the Ingenuity of Mars. We have the same environment like on the 55 kilometers above Earth. So the world record for the highest altitude made by helicopter on Earth is 20 kilometers. So we need to make a helicopter who can reach the altitude of 35 kilometers, for example, like in our Earth's atmosphere. The trick is to make the blades of this helicopter to spin faster. And to compare, average RPM of helicopter blades on Earth is between it's about 500 RPMs.
And the Ingenuity helicopter will be about 2,900 RPMs. So it's about 10 times faster than the helicopters on Earth. Okay. So we have this Ingenuity helicopter will weigh less than 1,800 grams, and 800 grams. 80? Yes. And entire vehicle weight it will be about 800 grams on Earth, 675 grams on Mars because of the 58% of the gravity on Mars. Yeah. So we've got two 35-gram blades lifting 1.8 kilograms vehicle by spinning 40 times per second in just 1% of Earth's atmosphere. And this is estimated time delay between Mars and Earth based on the Curiosity rover, which is currently on Mars. And because of that delay, we can't fly this from Earth. We need to operate autonomously. And there are several instruments on the Ingenuity helicopter that allow us to do that. There are antennas, solar power, batteries, avionics, and of course sensors and cameras. The autonomic sensors on board are gyros, accelerometers, cameras, altimeters, and inclinometer. And we've got two cameras on board, navigation camera and you can see RTE, return to Earth camera. And this allows to real-time measurements against terrain, and also we've got accelerometers and gyroscopes that can make the measurements sensing the estimated state of the vehicle and send the data to the algorithm that make corrections to the blades, because blades are continuously being controlled by changing the angle of attacks of blades. Okay. We've got to power this vehicle. We've got some solar panel, because it charges autonomously. It can fly. It's designed to fly 90 seconds in the Mars. Flight range is about 300 meters, and the flight altitude is about 4 meters. Average flight altitude. And also, we've got a problem with planet temperature, because on Mars, this helicopter, this vehicle must survive the cold Martian nights. And the problem is that 2/3 of energy is used to just keep the instruments on board this helicopter warm. And this is made by continuously using the batteries on board the Ingenuity to warm the electronic boards, which are built surrounding the battery. Only 1/3 of energy is used to fly this Ingenuity helicopter. Okay, so there are many goals to prepare the flight. So, of course, we need to survive launch, survive cruise to Mars and landing on the planet, and deploying safety to the Martian surface. And there are some milestones that without them, we can't even provide this flight on the Martian atmosphere. Firstly, like I said before, we need to survive the launch. Then, deploy safely to the Martian surface, keep warm, charge it autonomously using solar panels, confirm communication with Earth and with the rover, firstly, and prepare for flight. Preparation for flight will be spinning up the rotor blades for the first time to the speed below needed for takeoff and liftoff.
and then lift off and flying autonomously to the destination made from Earth, and landing successfully, sending data to the Earth's operations center. Why flying on another planet is so important? Small drones could perform in a support role as robotic scouts and full standalone science craft. But also taking to the air will give scientists a new perspective of regions geology, and also it will allow us to peer into the areas that are too steep or slippery to send a rover. And in the future, I hope it will help you as astronauts on the Mars to explore Mars, and not only carrying instruments, but to look at this world from your base on the Mars. Thank you for your
So, with this speech, we will approach lunch. So now we need to clean some table, and there will be the lunch is very special because it is a very traditional Polish meal. It is called bigos, so you can repeat it. Bigos, yes. Bigos, very nice. You are very good. Yes, this was easy, bigos. But bigos will be served in a way that you need to know the procedure.
We have a protocol again.
Protocol.
We have another protocol.
Yes. So you will a procedure.
We have a protocol again.
Protocol.
We have another protocol.
Yes. So you will approach the kitchen. The kitchen is on the left, and there is a big pot with bigos, and there are plates, and each of you takes plate, serves the bigos, goes to this table, catering table, and you see there is some bread. So takes bread, because bigos you need to eat with bread.
Okay.
And then
you sit,
enjoy the meal. So that will be the procedure. Now we can start enjoying the break and the meal.
Thank you. Bye.
And just after bigos, we go outside for a photo session, for observation of sun. Yes. So we have some visit on the
Oui, il y a un truc.
Dear friends from our channel, so we take a lunch and observatory visit break, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Thank you. Things work.
You manage to put all in one? Sorry. You manage to put all our PowerPoints in
Oh, we need to find a plug. Do you find one or?
We have the pen drive where they upload the file, but it was in my computer.
You can also run it on my iPad, and then you can run it on my. Okay.
If you want to wash hands, to sterilize
Yes.
hands, everything is in the bathroom.
Sterilize. So we have to clear out.
If you want more, you can go back and take. This will be on the table, I guess.
Oh, you can take for you. This is good. This
Yeah.
is a gift for you.
Want to move this laptop?
Yes, I'll remove it. Yes.
What about television? Will be or not?
Yeah, but they left Berlin this morning.
So they arrive only in the evening.
So they will act.
Yes, tomorrow they have a special
And what about you? You will leave tomorrow.
But tomorrow night, late, at 9 o'clock in the night.
Yeah.
So
You change plans.
So
No visiting Krakow.
I leave at 9 o'clock from Krakow. So maybe in the afternoon I'll visit a bit. Yeah. So I'll try to visit a bit Krakow in the afternoon.
On the afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
Not too much for Krakow.
No.
For Krakow, you need all your life.
Yeah, so that's why. So we start with flyby. Flyby of Krakow and then rendezvous. And then we do.
Just like the blades and how many. I didn't even think that. Besides the blades, like, just also the fact that you need to use that.
Okay.
It's a really complex design.
So I think the place we can go on table now. Yeah. And then we stay, we don't move. Yeah.
Ask my father.
Yeah.
My father.
Yeah, we actually. So we can take
I actually want to ask.
So we just get in the transfer.
Można tutaj?
Tak, tylko tak, żeby nie zgrozić. No.
Oh, yes.
Just watch the cafe.
A ty mnie powiedz. Koło naukowe jest? Działa jakieś koło naukowe?
Very tasty. So if you need something more, then it's a plenty, you know.
Dobrze. Właśnie, ta strona myśl.
This is only lunch.
Ty należysz? Jeszcze nie należysz.
My auntie. She and all cakes.
I love the apple pie because it reminds me home.
We have the slides for the presentation. Well, we have the slides from
The photo with
or on one.
All our presentation for the MCC.
But to merge it onto one PowerPoint?
Yeah.
I have all of yours, but I'm gonna merge it onto one.
the photo with you and Ola when you're wearing a spacesuit, extravehicular white. You have everything's okay. You have Romanian's flag behind you. Where were you? No, in the picture with Ola and you in the white spacesuit. At the beginning of your presentation.
Yes, because there was Roxana. She also had the name Roxana. She had two nationalities, American and Romanian. We had one Romanian.
That's good. Yeah, because there are signs. All types of signs.
I also see signs. No, to teraz mama ci da.
The habitat that you showed of the statues, Lunaris, is not available now? Is it available or not available?
It is, but it does not belong any longer. I mean, it never belonged to me.
Okay.
I had my own equipment inside, so all equipment is now here. It is like
You drink a beer.
everywhere in Poland. At some point you can collaborate, and then if they thought that it is already started, that we already showed the quality, that it is sufficient to start business. Apparently not. We have very difficult situation to say, oh, Polish people come here and pay us this money for training. They said, what? 11,000 thousands of Polish zloty for 2 days of training? Are you crazy? I said, yes, but this is how it costs. And they think that we are taking all this money, which is...
I think we should do an extra project with something huge. And then I think if you don't have enough power, you put the astronaut
to run.
to cycle, to run the wheel.
And then it will be cheaper.
Yeah, that's it. But
I saw on the table sheets, I have the record of the numbers of calories burned in a week. More than 5,000. I told you again.
NCC will tell us something more about you.
I don't know.
I know you are angry. It's good. Later on, after lectures, we can start discussing more, make a briefing. After you are fresh.
Yeah, they already started the briefing by pairs.
delicious.
But there are many paintings of Queen Jadwiga.
Jadwiga.
So you like it, Bernard? Super. This is very healthy for guts.
Yeah.
We need it after yesterday's meal.
What did you eat?
Beans. And that's awful. Like I had pain in my stomach all.
Really?
all
Beans, you know, I checked the number. There is more ingredients in the bean than
Yeah, but beans in pots with conservants inside, that makes a lot of reaction in your belly. Like I had the impression that I had a balloon that was growing inside. I almost died. Like, why would you do that to us?
It's not me, it's our dieta.
Do they have a dieta? Do they have a dieta?
The same, exactly the same.
Oh, that's cool. I allowed my crew from time to time when they were really hungry to have something extra. So I added extra.
But you write it.
Yes, every time.
Not a problem. Only you need to write what you
I write it. Or when we didn't like something, we didn't eat it, I would put 0.
Hey, you guys are pretty good.
What?
Russian dancing last night.
Ok, regarde, moi ça. C'est là où j'entends mal le dossier. Regarde.
Okay, not bad.
I have also a moon version of that.
If you want something more, just some
Very nice.
and it would be a big dinner.
Where did you dine here?
You want?
No, for you.
I thought that you were serving some wine or something.
No,
But not yet.
It's water from the Carpats of Romania. You know, I love. I was born by the mountains where it comes out.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the most successful is in Arabian countries, in Emirates. In Holland, you can find it. Me too. Like Christian, he found out that in Poland you can only buy it by internet. He wants to order it because he really enjoyed drinking it all week long. He said, "This is really tasty." Like he was like, "That's so good."
I think that it is because of his kidney issue. Because he realized that maybe this will help.
I think he was the first 2 days he was really weak.
You can't imagine what he had with this.
I do. He told me.
I was so stressed. We had backup food. But Christian.
Hello YouTube channel.
Christian.
Hello YouTube channel. I do some propaganda.
Make you have both.
Why is that? That's reverse the screen though.
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. But...
C'est-à-dire que j'entends une porte qui claque, je descends de la voiture. Je me dis, ok, je vais chercher les boîtes, je vais rendre les boîtes. Et je vais faire les changements. Je sors,
C'est un picture of the event so that I can do.
sachant que si on et il y a l'entrée et le chemin. On va la faire. Et là, je pense qu'elle est forte. Et c'est la séparation maintenant, on va plus. Yesterday.
Ale super. Where are you? Voilà, chcę zobaczyć listę.
Pójdziemy tam też? No.
I find it's like the best thing to impress people. Yeah, it's like the best thing. And that's why. It's all good. That's hoping that honestly, one of the things that impressed me is okay, he's also right? He like works it's like the yeah. So he forced me to go to concert once. He bought me a ticket and then we went straight I remember like I was at a theory. I had no idea that the alternates have a line dancing. I was like, okay. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, singing, dancing. I don't, honestly, I don't think that that's the, I mean, I don't think that's the most yeah, I think if I went to a club, it's not what I would do. I would like that. But
Non, celle-là c'est pas la c'est ouf. D'accord. Oui. Oui. Un guerrier. D'accord.
Non, mais en fait, le nom c'est Dragostabité. Ça veut dire un mot dans le ciel.
Non, il a passé la semaine à chanter Blue Deputy de Blue.
Ah
non, mais voilà.
On est liés en fait. Du coup, Julie, alors en fait, on a du coup la chaîne web Astronaut.
On va avoir tout le score.
Oui, on est pas. Regarde. C'est Sophie.
Ça marche.
C'est le symbole de la comédie. Non, on a un gros, on a pris l'autre.
Il y avait une feuille, il y en a. Oui, non, une feuille.
On le sait, on le saura dans un ordre là. Faut faire fou, c'est lobby. Non,
I think we want to do more workshops.
Yes, we are welcome. Even 2 or 3 times in a year. Because
Okay, my mom wanted to say something. Okay, yes. My mom wanted to say that she's very happy that you enjoyed her meal and that she is used to cook for our guests here, even for 50 people. So today she is not very much tired, only a bit. And she's doing again alone, without companies, without anything. She goes along to buy appropriate products, to select what is the best, and to make it here.
But when I go on a simulation, I want to take a Magdalena in my crew.
I know it's not agree. We must take a Magdalena with him.
Poznań.
Recognize.
When he recognized my skills.
Oh, maybe
he already asked me first.
Okay. Aha, because my cover is that local cashier, the cashier pay it better than himself. This is very generous. Roxana, what means fox? Because you can read science. No, not that. About science. What's the sign when you see a fox? You get lucky. I hope. Yeah, there's a proper environment for them to come and eat. But this is a local. Arthur, why do you don't take from us? It's a free of us. Yeah, sit here.
We only wait for finishing. And then we will work.
Yes, we visit observatory.
Yes, to visit the observatory very fast. And then during the night, maybe sun.
Yeah.
Yes, this is lovely. My mom is my mom used to be. Non colonel, okay. And I want to be like, I want to be like nurse. She said, okay, why? It's nice, it's so great to have those tools that have good like I thought that was, but that's why it has always out my area. I was like her, and when I was going to every time she asked me something great, they were paying
I was as
so yeah, I
very sorry, I did not So what do you want to do?
Dzisiaj mamy oryginalne.
Yes, we do the government photo.
Yeah.
You take your suit.
And now the situation is much better. Taking care of. No, I have to use.
Si ça ne vient pas, pas faire aliment au droit.
Où est le bout de main?
Ah, sur la blague. Il est très bien,
It's very tired and you were like, okay. Well, that's like. Yes, that's like. Yeah.
You find your goal.
So he doesn't like to have any collaboration because of it. Okay. We are important.
Good. Where in Poznan or here in Krakow? Okay. Good. That's a good progress.
Okay, Commander, we go.
Okay, no, la photo la plus
Idziesz na pole. Chodzicie na pole. Tak. No bardzo dobrze, że dziś jest to spotkanie, bo od soboty już jest zabronione spotkanie z ludźmi. Wiesz? Słuchaj, od soboty już nie wolno się spotykać. Nie, 6 osób może być w domu, coś takiego. No.
idziemy, weźmiemy kotleci i idziemy na łąkę. Ale klinisek śliczny był. Ja to teraz muszę zdjąć. A teraz to jest lżejsze. Ty nie idziesz, mamo, na sesję? Agata! Nie chcesz? No ja mam sesję. Chodź. Ola wychodzi.
Aleksandra, ty jesteś w domku, nie poszłaś z mamusią? Babcia musi być tam na dole na razie. Babcia musi być na dole, a ty tutaj oglądaj sobie. Babcia jest w domku, tylko że na dole. A gdzie masz? No to dobrze. zajęcie bardzo ważne i wiesz, nie może tam być przy tobie, ale cały czas jestem w domu. O, weź sobie ten. Jeszcze do mnie nie płaczą. Przecież nie płacą. A oni tutaj przyjdą, będą oglądać słoneczko, to wtedy pójdziesz do mamy. I chodź na dywan, bo jest zimno. Wiesz, babcia mam nałożą, no chodź na dywan, bo ci będzie zimno. Chodź, ja ci kocyk tam rozłożę. A ja pójdę na dół, chodź tutaj, kocyk ci rozłożę. Tutaj w pokoju. I kocyk chcesz, ten skowek. Mama poszła, ja jestem sam w domu, ale mama musiała iść. I wołała cię, bo ja słyszałam, że cię mamusia wołała. Ale to do przyjemności. Ja nie jestem cały czas w domu. Ola. Mamo, jest tu Ola? Ola, chodź na dwór, bo potem już nie będzie jak. Nie będzie ciepło, szybko. Ola. Ola, chodź. Jest pięknie, chodź, Oluś. O. Idziemy, chodź. Wszystko, mamusiu, w porządku? No. Mama już idzie do ciebie. Dobra, dobra. No, dobra. Co, Oliwia? Co się stało? Mama idzie się pokrysiać. Uwaga. I już mama idzie, tak. Chodź, mu. Chodź. Chodź. Słuchaj, mama, wiesz, że cukru, jedna łyżeczka ostrej papryki, 4 łyżki cukru, 2 słomki soli. Zaraz zareagować? Aha. Dobra, to będzie więcej dodatku. No, na razie dzięki, bo... A słuchaj, a tą cebulę to razem z ryżem? I z papryką, dobra. To masz, no to papa. Dzięki.
Mama, to teraz, to co to jest? Tam pani? Tak, ale co to w ogóle jest? Mama.
No, nie mówię tak. Teraz mieszka tylko nie robić, jeden ząbek czosnku mam, będziemy tutaj, no, tam na razie wszystko wyjdzie. A oni jak? Co będą robić? No, albo w pokoju, albo wiesz, sobie kapcie założyć, bo tam na dole nie. A jak coś, to na górę na tą papierę walki już miałam kabel. Aha, mam kabel.
With the size.
Bernard,
Yeah.
vous pouvez venir, on prend une photo
Ok.
dans l'observatoire.
Ah d'accord, allez. So,
You fell?
yes.
Are you kidding? How? But how? I don't understand. Come on then.
It is a cloud.
You say, yeah, you say.
So you are sorry, you are the computer?
Yes.
You do the Zoom?
Copy and then.
Je utilise Anne
Présentation complète. Alors là.
et on utilise Julien qui est avec vous. Elle avait tout dedans. Ouais. Ça va. Je sais pas, tu publies. Oui. Ah non, c'est non, en fait, ouais. Pourquoi tu parles de moi comme ça? On parle longtemps, c'est vrai?
Laptop, ale to tak no bo jak jedziesz, to ja już mówiłem to. So actually, I'm gonna. You wanna go after or? I think Commander should be first. Commander, Saviors. On your what?
Hello everybody. So we come from extravehicular activity with the astronaut to explore some of the base. So we have we had part of the debriefing. And so, yeah.
This week is still working because Professor Greg is not. He cannot.
He's here now.
He is here now. Ah.
Okay, and Michel Garret is also with us.
He is already.
Yes.
Super.
You want to say that?
Cześć, czy nas dobrze słyszycie i widzicie? O! Widzimy pana profesora, ale jeszcze nie słyszymy. Cześć Michał, też cię widać, super. Piękny siód. To mamy jeszcze problem, że was nie słyszymy.
Good. We have to connect. Or we run it from you or from
Yes, we are.
So they are going to make their presentation, so I'll connect after.
Okay.
So here is a room with all the astronauts.
Hi.
Hey everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hello. Okay. And so we start with some of the debris from the Emperor 2 or Mission Control 1. We don't hear Professor Krosniak.
How dare you?
But you do it from there or no? They don't do it from there?
This is for
Oh, sorry.
broadcasting.
Yeah, sorry.
This is for broadcasting.
Warming up.
So we have maybe to use their laptops because she needs.
She needs.
Yes.
Okay, so we are ready.
Je pense de l'avoir comme ça, je pense pas. Ça va pas.
Il est quelle heure?
Non, mais d'accord, il est quart d'heure. Peut-être qu'il y a forcément une raison, je pense qu'ils n'ont pas pris sur le temps.
On peut faire une sieste circadienne rythme dans une heure.
On fait une sieste?
Ah, ok.
Ça va aller, non? On va se faire nos 7 km pour aller vous voir. Et après, tous les soirs.
En fait, alors nous, on a eu des aventures avec ce truc parce qu'il y a une clé. Nous, le premier jour, on est allé avec Julien. Parfait, on arrive. Attention, parce que le deuxième groupe, eux, ils se sont allés, ils n'avaient pas la clé. Donc ils sont revenus et on n'a pas eu de relevé. Parce qu'ils ont eu la flemme de repartir, de faire le voie. Le jour d'après, donc ils prennent la clé, pas de problème. Il y a un cancer. Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Ils oublient la clé.
Oh, chut.
Incroyable.
So I give you access to the computer. Do you have a presentation?
On n'a pas le droit.
You can share. You can share your
On n'a pas le droit de boire du scan,
Voir là-bas?
Non. Non, attends, je viens te tenir. Parce qu'en fait, moi aussi, je me fais. En fait, j'avais.
Le prochain café chaud, t'as une divine. Quoi?
J'ai vu la bouteille.
Ouais,
Oh, that's nice, yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes. Welcome.
It's Natalia. One more person, Natalia. She's a PhD.
Okay. Yes, now it's good. Please mute yourself if you are here.
All people who are using Zoom here, please mute because there is.
Please put yourself in mute. Maybe Natalia.
No, it's
us. Oh, but it's a speaker.
Yes, but when you speak, we don't.
Yeah, but before we did.
Yes, but actually we mute and unmute. Mute and unmute.
Please could you mute and mute?
I think Bernard, you are muted.
Bernard, you are muted.
Yeah.
They don't hear.
Please, yeah.
Oh, when you are unmuted, it is okay.
Okay, so
Ça vient des speakers en fait. C'est les speakers en fait, quand il y a la petite jack qui est mal branchée, ça fait ça. Et quand en fait, quand il reçoit aucun son, du coup il envoie ça. Et quand t'es unmute, du coup il envoie un signal, donc ça fait pas trop bien. Bah, du coup, dès qu'il va se mute, ça va faire ça.
Non, il y a un truc, ça va. Ah non.
Voilà.
One more.
Ah ouais, non, ça va. Il n'y avait pas possible de sensation. Si ça avait été avec moi.
Oui,
Non, mais ça se cache.
En tout cas, et tu caches, tu peux reprendre les en gros, genre, c'est un peu loin
On va dire enfin un chocolat chaud.
Tu peux pas faire ça, il faut être un chocolat chaud. Tu peux pas faire ça. Et pourquoi faire?
Tu 100 ml, tu notes 100 ml, 200, 300, voilà. Et regarde, là, ça saute du chocolat chaud, justement, il y a pas de café crème. Qu'est-ce que je suis ça? Alors, en gros, je suis pas sûr.
Yes, it's his PhD student, because she's responsible. She's
Yeah, I have a sister, but not when I was my father. My kids, yeah. So he had a very smart home, and I wanted a start here. That guy, my brother-in-law, so I need to okay, I don't care. I didn't know what to do. Yeah. Making confidence, but it's, yeah. And actually, I moved here without knowing that my father used to call me
Ah, mais tu dis toujours pas dit. Ah, j'ai vu, moi justement, tu as dit. À la base, c'était un placard. Nous, c'est pire, on les a tous les deux. Ah non, mais nous, c'est pire parce qu'on l'a mis dehors. Nous, c'était quoi? Tu vois, on avait juste un truc comme ça, tac, 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 et puis t'as un truc. Il y avait un film partout sur les parois. C'était dégueulasse. Oui, vous savez, ça tout change. Alors, tu vois, comme ça, le sport. Les mesures, il est ici. Non, tu fais pas chier. Attends, non, rien. Oui, c'est quoi? Alors, attends. Non, mais et du coup, c'est 2 fois par semaine, c'est ça? Oui, non, c'est une fois au début. Oui, mais c'est pas grave, on a fait rien, on a pas fait. Tu verras. Là, tu vois, il y a un truc ici. Oui, je vois. Tu vois ça? Voilà. C'est bien, on va voir la qualité. Il y a un beau cratère. Mais il y a lui. Tu l'éteignes pour ta.
Okay, so hello. silence. At least this part here goes.
And now Bernard, try to use this loudspeaker. Once again, yes.
Hello, can you test your speakers? Hello?
It's successful.
Oh, super!
Yes, it works. So, let's.
Okay, let's start.
The floor is yours. Okay, thank you. We are all for yours. Okay? You can start.
Tak, teraz bardzo ładnie wszystko słychać.
Yes, it's all set. We hear you, we see you, we touch you. Yeah?
Aha, to z kolei nas nie słychać
Okay.
było. Aha. Teraz jest wszystko dobrze. Mhm.
Ça, c'est du coup les liens, ça fait rien. Ah oui, je vois toi. T'as un magnéton.
But it was working. So there may be a full contact here.
Faut commencer à parler un peu.
Ouais, bah, extrêmement bien.
Oh, yes.
Mais ça y est.
Vous êtes très sur les.
C'est vrai qu'on est dissocié, ça expliquait le fait.
It doesn't work.
J'ai essayé.
Hello?
Vous auriez dû faire un entretien régulièrement, c'est bon. Vous êtes dans le mauvais. Vous êtes dans le mauvais pôle.
It's very seriously, yeah. That's very much. You know myself.
Vous auriez dû faire un stage avec vous. Vous êtes dans le mauvais pôle, ça va sur le gaming.
Proszę, więc mamy znowu jakby ten sam problem. Na początku wszystko było dobrze słyszane. O, może faktycznie zróbmy. Dobrze, to ja... To będzie... Dobrze. Bernard, profesor Liski
Mais je montre que c'est dommage.
No to miejmy nadzieję, że będzie ok.
Okej, możemy zaczynać.
On the beginning, I was invited persons which are on the meeting. My presentation, my speech will be about the role of diet in space flight, especially associated with the urinary system. On the beginning, I presenting the information about the kidney function, especially important for the kidneys, organs, and body from the metabolic processes, especially associated with the protein. Second is the regulation of body fluid. Third is the correct level of electrolytes, regulation of blood pressure, the production of protein, acid-base balance, and production of vitamin D3. The protein transports by the nitrogen. This nitrogen is has different metabolic way, but one of is production of NH3 ion, which is it's not good for body, and this ion must be extracted from the body. The beginning is also information about the nitrogen balance. For the body cannot storage nitrogen in body. So nitrogen balance is the difference between the nitrogen supplied with the food and nitrogen removed from the body by urine, ammonium, creatine, and uric acid. In healthy adult person, the nitrogen balance is 0. In children, in the pregnant woman, person with during the building muscle mass is higher than 0, and during the low protein diet in different diseases is going less than 0. So, other effects, the NH3 ion is going to the breath urine. I'm presenting the one of part of the kidney where are the production of urine. So on the beginning, all chemicals are going to the urine fluid, and is the resorption of the important molecule like the glucose, like the important for the body ions and ions, and also from the blood is going also to the urine, especially ions like the hydrogen and potassium, sodium. In the urine we have the especially nitrogen products and electrons. During the consumption of protein, we can make the uric acid production more than is necessary for our body. It is especially associated with high protein diet, muscle dystrophy, microgravity, and leads to fluid volume during which are drinks by the person. So, sometimes the person has the pain of kidney, so it's representing like this on this picture. Normally, in the normal gravity, the urine is produced in kidney and going down. But when it has in the microgravity, especially in the space, we have this possibility influence of gravity for the transport of urine, and also products which are diluted in urine, in fluid in urine. can possibility to create urate stones. I'm presenting a few photos of this type of stones. So you have the small stone. It is presenting that this stone is sharp. And on the big photo, you can see that it's very sharp and can make the inflammation in the urinary system, and also can give the bleeding from the urinary system because can sharp vessel and the tissue, and the blood can go to the urine. Also, the other type of the photos of these stones which are in the kidney and urinary system. So it's important special diet during period when we have the stones. Especially it's recommended drink large volume of fluid, especially more than 2 liters of water. Also, it's a special type of products. If we have the problem with the big concentration of protein during nutrition, it also will be presented that will be a lot of nitrogen, and also will be transformed to the uric acid, which are not very diluted and can prepare and can create the stones in urinary system. So also it's recommended low sodium diet for the protection before this type of problems. Also, it's proposed special type of water, especially water which are high pH. If we have the urinary acid stone, it's necessary to have the water with the high pH, about 8 and 9 pH. And when we have the different type of stones associated with the calcium, it's necessary to drink water which is big acidity, especially 3-4 pH. So, for example, oxalate stones, so you see that it's not very regular and have the sharp surface, and this surface can blooding tissue in urinary system. Oxalate stone, so we must lowering the transport calcium and magnesium during the by the food. Also, it's necessary give the special acidity water because alkaline water can coagulate the stone, can give the possibility to create this stone. Also, representing the recommended negative and neutral products which are important during oxalate stones. So you see that we have the different type of products which can influence negatively or positively for creation of oxalate stones. But also it is referring the product which can give alkaline pH or acidic pH in urine, and this product can create on minimalizing stones, but it's necessary which type of stones we have. We have
uric acid or from the oxalate product. And one presentation, one of the biggest stones, which was development in human body. So you see that the volume and is big, more than 1 kilo of stones in a human body. So it was a smart education about the nutrition in the earth, on the earth, but from to space. We have the problem or we have not the problem. This problem because we have the microgravity. When we have the microgravity, we have the muscular dystrophy, loss of weight, skeletal decalcification, and fluid distribution disorders. So these four ways can influence for the creating of stones in urinary system. And the problem was also presented by the different space teams that giving the information that this problem was observed. So you see that more than the symptoms with stones who are preventing the flight in space, but team from United States. So what we have the possibility to protect the astronauts before this problem. One is the potassium citrate, but this citrate potassium is necessary for the oxalic stain, but not from for uric acid stones. Other possibility is using bisphosphor therapy, but also it's not for all types of stones. One of the products which are not presented by the space NASA it was using the herbal products like I forget the condition name, the medicine product which can dilute these stones in urine, and nobody is not made this type of procedure and examination. Also, physical activity can influence for the good urine production and transport urine by the urinary system for the elimination. But also the ethics from the United States preparing free technologies for the regarding and digitalizing the problem from the ESMA of the PWL and UP process. So you can see ESMA is some strategic some imaging of optimizing visualize kidney stones. So you see these stones in the kidney. So it's very useful and very easy to preparing by astronauts for regarding if we have the problem with the stones or not. If this problem is observed, we have the parts where it from type C with a special apparat for the fragmentation of combustion for the preparing also for the smaller fragments of stone. So you see that problem with the stones in space is very important for the for the good condition of the astronauts on the space. Sorry, my English, and I am very sorry, I'm very tired in this moment because it was a problem with connection, but I think I can answer for your question, and if somebody wants, I can speak also in French. Thank you.
If anyone has any questions for water pH?
So for this campaign, then what do you predict as result from this water experiment?
There is a question for you. What is the main hypothesis coming out of this pH 9.4 experiment that we are performing now in collaboration with you?
This water is especially dedicated for the uric acid stones. So when we have the diet rich in protein and also in
Urines?
To chodziło o te. Momencik, bo wyleciało z głowy, troszeczkę to było. Purin, so especially DNH. So we have a lot of purin, and in this moment it's possible to create a lot of the uric acid, and also when we have not so much fluid water to drink, it's possible that this uric acid can create as the stone in your urinary system. So for this stone is good the water with big pH. So it was question for the pH 9.8. Yes.
9.4.
So in my opinion, it's not. It's possible to drink this water because, if I remember, for the 10 pH, it's possible to drink. It's not problem with the big alkaline of this water. So it's accepted.
And if somebody would drink this kind of water, like pH 10, all the day for 20 years, would we see any effect on the urine sediment?
Is the question which type of products eat by the person? Because if we have a lot of calcium, so we have possibility have the minerals also in urine. And when we have the products which are acidic, so it will be no problem. When we have the products which are alkalic, probably we can have the problem with the minerals in urine.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, my English moment is not, but it was smart on the beginning associated with the connection.
No problem.
So I can speak in French. Je suis très désolé que je ne parle que bien en anglais, mais j'espère que tout est bien compris ma présentation. Si quelqu'un voudra me compliquer des mots en anglais, vous avez possibilité de me demander en français, vous demandez en anglais, Madame Agata, elle m'a transféré cette question. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci.
So the question is, what is better, alkaline water or vodka?
The last question for you. What is better, alkaline water or vodka?
Normally, water, vodka
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, and I giving you my wishes and have the good conference because I am finishing. I started today at 7:30 with the practice with the students, so it was no problem with the connection. Sorry, but I think the future will be better.
Thank you very much. Na zdrowie.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Okay. So.
Yeah, you should see and sure when you.
So now,
Yeah, dinner.
Now they are here.
That's very good. Yeah.
Now we would like to invite the next speaker, who is Michał Garus. Michał is our longest in isolation person. He is analog astronaut. You will see him very clear. I think we will have again some problem with voice. You can try. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Very nice. Okay, Michał. So maybe it will be good if you will continue with telling us something, and especially to this young analog astronauts, about your experience. The stage is yours.
And it's quite surprising for me that nobody else spent more than 7 weeks in isolation. It's the most isolated analog astronaut in Poland. But this mission was very beneficial for me because I learned something about me, about how I act in this environment, this isolated environment, and I was quite surprised about this. So my first mission was a prank mission, and it was three mission under this one name, and each of them was 2 weeks long. And during this mission, we was making 2 main experiments. One was about the chromatology and influence of the diet on our emotion, our mood, body composition, and many other factors. And the second experiment was about the light, and we was testing the sunlight simulator, the special lamp that emits not only the visible light but also infrared and ultraviolet light, and how it stimulate production of vitamin D in our bodies. So I really waiting for the results of these experiments. So about the other experiments, we was also making some simple hydroponic system and some. Sorry.
We just wanted to know if you have something to share on the screen, or you will just speak about it.
No, unfortunately, I didn't prepare any presentation, so.
Sorry for this.
Sorry. No problem. Okay, so after these 6 weeks on the missions, I found out that in this environment I'm really missing the sun. So to be honest, that was the hardest in this mission, that we was isolated from the sunlight, from the wind, from the fresh air, and after this long period, I was really missing the things. Okay, and about the diet, that main experiment, we was testing 3 kinds of diet. One was the regular control diet, second was the high protein diet, and third was a vegetarian diet. And in my opinion, the best one was the high protein diet. I was feeling the best physically and mentally. Okay. And what else I can say? During these missions, I think one of most important things is relationship with other crew members, because we are living on so small space that the casual work friend relationship will not work for a longer period. So we had to spend a lot of time on the integration and spend time together. So after this long period, we became really friends with the Justina and Arek, another 2 crew members. And this is one of the best things I get after this mission, because we became real friends now, and we are continuing to work together in space organization, and we are still making some cosmic projects and still meeting each other. For example, last week I was in Warsaw to meet with Marek and Justina, so that's the best thing I get after this mission. Okay, maybe you've got some other questions for me.
Do you have any questions?
What is next for you?
Bernard is asking what is next for you, Michał.
What's this next for me? Okay, so after last mission, the Eternity one, I was making my experiment and collecting the data for the system that recognizes emotion from the Paris expression using a monitoring system of the habitat. And my next step is to work on this data to check if our assumptions was correct, that we can use this data to recognize the emotion, and for sure I will continue these researches on some next missions. So I know that Agata now is building the second bigger habitat, so I would really like to test this system on the next mission, this new habitat.
Definitely you will need to prepare your body and your mental state. Okay, any more questions do you have here? Considering long-term missions, isolation, other issues?
Like, did he stay more than 2 weeks without coming out at all?
Roxana is asking, did you stay more than 2 weeks or 2 weeks without going out from the habitat?
Yes, it was 2 weeks inside the habitat, then we had 2 weeks of break in the outer world, then again 2 weeks in the habitat, 2 weeks break, and 2 weeks in the habitat.
Do you think that if you spend 1 more week after, like, yeah, because, no, because you have 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, do you see any improvements on your behavior or your time perception after spending 2 or 3 times the 2 weeks inside?
Did you hear me how, or should I repeat to you?
Can you repeat, because
Yes, of
I
course.
hear
Yes, of course. So Roxana is asking if you had the same feeling of time during this next 2 weeks sessions of isolation. So if the time perception was different, how you find in this next 2 weeks missions?
Okay, so we was making the experiments with time perception, but we didn't measure it by ourselves. So I can't tell exactly, but my personal feeling was that the first mission was the longest of all of them, and the second mission was the shortest. So I don't know how why is this feeling was like that. But the second and third mission was definitely in my feeling the shortest. Maybe because on the second and third mission I was working remotely in my company, and most of the day I spent very actively on working. So maybe this is the reason. But I would like really to check how I could act in a much longer mission, for example, 1 month long mission. That could be very interesting for me.
He doesn't have the group. He's not having the girlfriend.
No, he has.
How did the dynamic of the group change during these missions? And what did he learn on how to behave in isolation with some people that you maybe don't know?
We have 2 questions for you. First question is if a group dynamics has changed during the next 2 weeks missions because you are in the same crew. So how was the dynamics changing? And the second,
what did he learn on how to behave in isolation?
So did you learn somehow how to behave in such a harsh environment? Do you think you could now be more resistant to isolation, to this kind of stresses after these missions?
Okay, so the first question about the group dynamic, it changed really. For example, we was after some time we was acting as one organism, so we was understanding each other without words. So we know what the other person need, and for example, when preparing dinner, we had no problem with collaborating each other because everyone know what should do for the other person. So yeah, that really changed. And as I said before, we really became a close friend after this period. So this also influenced our dynamic in a very, very positive way. And the second question, can you remind me what was the second question?
Yes, what did you learn? Did you learn how to survive in such a harsh conditions? So if these missions helped you to learn to survive in such isolation and other type of conditions that are in the habitat.
Okay, so I learned that in the long isolation, the person can be much more nervous than in a regular environment. So you need to think about other people's to not make any problem, because in this environment you can't just get angry and go away, because on this small environment you have to collaborate all the time with other persons. So you still need to think about this, that you can't make any troubles for other crew members. And for me, I found that I will have no problem to live in a longer period of time in this isolation. I think that the fact that I'm introvert really helped me this, because I was all life living with a small group of very close friends. So it was not that hard for me. That maybe it's for the different person.
Excellent. So thank you so much, Michal. So it's great, and we may have some opportunities of a future campaign together, mixing up also some of these interesting characters that I could follow, and we are also planning to come back here. So thanks for your presentation, and we are looking forward also some of the results about it. So all the best. Yeah.
Very much.
Okay. So now we continue with the program, which is a report from the other MPOL group. So Mission Center 1 and MPOL 2.
Not yet. We still have one talk.
Oh,
that
sorry.
is why I.
Oh, who is that?
It's Matt.
Oh.
Matt. I think he's still not joining.
No, but he's
It is now. The time.
What time? Oh, is it for 20?
Yeah.
Well, if he's in, if he's not here, we take a break.
You can take some chocolates and tea, and we will do this, and then we have only one
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Okay, let's take a little break. So I didn't see. Okay, let's take a little. Yes.
Yes.
So,
You have enough.
yes.
Yeah.
So Bernard page.
Electricity is it turned on?
Yes. Yeah, I can read. Do you see it?
No, I don't. Because the astronaut center one is the one classroom. That's the router that they had at the other house.
Oh, we don't have a classroom. En fait, l'analyse derrière, on répond aux questions. Si on répond à tout le monde est bon. Et tout le monde va. Il faut donner des chances à tout le monde. Je sais pas la faire.
The password is EuroMoonMars. It's for letters.
Ça fait mal.
Du temps d'avis pour
Okay, so take a little break.
Oh, yes, to join.
Everybody is
I will check one more time because I have to give them my.
Oh, yes, he's there. He's there.
Yeah, you see, exactly. Oh yeah, he is here. Okay, we have Matt.
Can you see a review?
Matt is on the moon. Oh, Matt is on the moon.
Okay, excellent. Nice to see you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, you are now yes. Cool. Yeah, so the percent.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
yes. Oh, right.
You're there.
You are there. Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Okay, so
So for this session, we had the last lecture, which belongs to Matt. Yay! You know Matt.
Cannot
He's
see
the
me.
co-owner of the co-owner of the Future Habitat. Oh, okay, you are shooting. Fantastic.
Beautiful picture of Agatha.
No.
Oh, wait.
Okay. Matt, you have only 20 minutes, not 2 hours.
Yeah.
Remember.
20 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Thank you very much.
And Arthur is, yes, has to leave. Thank you, Arthur.
Sorry.
Arthur, all the best.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet each one of you.
Okay, we see you in France, we see you back in Poland.
Thank you very much. See you.
Good luck for you. Good luck. Arthur. Bye-bye. Okay. Good.
The floor is yours, Mike.
Matt, the floor is yours now.
Okay. If you may say about the moon, the floor. Okay, so let's start with the Habitat OS, which is a brainchild of mine. This is the operating system which I've been developing since 2017. And first it was deployed in the Lunaris Habitat, but then when we moved to AATC to Rzepnik, we had to do things slightly different. So basically, we've already run 26 missions, and most of those missions were somehow connected to the Habitat OS. Most of the missions this year, Habitat OS was used in the background for storing information about the sensors, about the data, and for other stuff. Previously, it was more used on the time-delayed communication, but this year I was focus on the background. So I have the agreement with MDRS that I will set up HD Habitat for missions starting December 2021 and future possibly on the FMAR simulation then on Island 2. So what is Habitat OS and why we need to create the whole operating system for this? So the first thing is I asked myself a question, whether is it possible for the computer to support the astronaut? So this is a proof of concept, okay? Proof of concept system. So I am not going to create an application myself, which is going to be, for example, deployed on the moon in the habitat, all of the ecosystems and environmental and life control system, the telecommunications, life support, suppressant systems, food for internal storage, and so on, all the systems in one. I'm not going to write this alone, but I can create something which can lead to creating a system which is going to be used on the moon. So my idea is to create a proof of concept. So the design of the system is very modular. All modules are completely independent, and they can work alone, standalone. And if NASA or I have already talked with Aidan Foley from European Astronaut Center about using Habitat OS also in lunar habitat when they drill it. But if they want to use it, they can use parts of the system, they can use the whole system, or they can change or interchange some of their components and plug into my system. So the system will be completely open source and completely free. I don't want to earn any money on this, and I would love to see this system deployed in the habitats all over the world, and to see other developers who is connecting with me and to create operating systems which will be run in the all of the habitats in the world. So I asked myself a question: is it possible for the system to support the astronauts and their activities? So I am training people for machine learning and the algorithms. We are collecting plenty of different parameters in the habitat. We have around 68 different sensors, and each sensor is measuring 5 to 7 different parameters alone. So we have plenty of data every minute, because all the sensors are giving you information with the frequency of 1 minute. So we have plenty of information to get this get the feeling. So we have atmospheric sensors which are outside of the habitat. We have information on the wind conditions, rain conditions, pressure, temperature, relative humidity, and the freezing point, dew point, and all information about the atmosphere. We have the same sensors we have in the habitat. From this, we have also CO2, also information about loud noises, noise sensors. We have also information about temperature, humidity, all of the components, most of the components, because some astronauts remove those sensors. But most of the electronic devices was also connected to the sensors, and I got the information whether the astronauts were doing food or cooking water for carrying tea or something like that, or they were using centrifuge or electronic devices, or they are using AC cooling, or they are using heating or something like that. There's plenty of different applications and different things which are connected to those sensors, and I got the information when they are cooking water, they are boiling the water for the tea, I got the information. When they are turning on the heater, I got the information. At what settings of the heater, I got the information. I got the information about the usage of the whole habitat. And I am also connecting this with the biological and anthropomorphic information which we get from the astronauts, and information about the water usage and so on and stuff. This is how habitat in Piła looks like, and this is how our habitat looks like inside. I'm sure you've already seen it. But the habitat OS looks something like that, and it has also information about the biopsychological data which the astronauts were exchanging around themselves. So this year I was not doing these studies because I wanted to focus on the sensors and some other stuff, but we also get information from, for example, from the reports of the astronaut. And using something which is called sentiment analysis, I was tracking some keywords in the text. So I was analyzing reports from the astronaut, looking for adjectives and the phrases, how they are. This is something which is called natural language processing. So I was trying to understand the sentiments behind the text and whether the person who is writing those reports is feeling okay or exuberant or maybe is feeling bad. And if this is somehow connected with their relations to other people. And the basic idea behind the Habitat OS is that Habitat OS will discover that this person is feeling blue or feeling not very good. And Habitat OS is going to, for example, reschedule the next day for this person. And for example, if Habitat OS is going to is discovering that this person has a personal fight with the other person. So Habitat OS can reschedule the task for the next day, put them into two separate rooms, and maybe shorten the day for the person who is on the edge. And for example, to then prepare a better meal, more caloric meal, and then shorten a day a bit, and then schedule some, for example, fun time together in the evening. Okay, so the Habitat OS will be fully capable. It will be something which will help to discover problems, to track items on the ISS, to track expiration date of medicines. This, to be honest, the tracking and tracking information about the expiration dates is already in the Habitat OS. So, for example, if you put the medicines as one, we get the information about the when, for example, something expired and so on, because it's very hard over the couple of years to track all your own small pharmacy in your home, but on the Habitat, it's a project. We also track water usage, and this screen is from Habitat OS from the missions which we were doing last year. We have blue water, gray water, green water, yellow water, and unfortunately we don't track brown water. I don't want to explain what is brown water, but we should figure it out. We have atmospheric data, and we have information about the environment, some luminance from different plants. We can create actinograms, so the information about the activity of the people who are inside of their habitat just by looking at their lighting condition in which they sit, because all of the lighting we have in the habitat is completely artificial. We can detect anomalies, and to be honest, I have detected one anomaly in this, and it was one day when the temperature, that was two years ago in May, when the temperature skyrocketed to 300 degrees in the lavatory, and the problem was that the water heater was broken. The extra heated steam was just boiling from the boiling heater. That was in the habitat in Kiwa. Fortunately, we don't have this kind of things in the habitat in Chapinnik, so it's much more safe. But yeah, the system discovered this anomaly, and we got the information about it. Of course, we got some couple of telephones also, because people apparently know this kind of information too. So we are using the information later on for analysis, and on the right side you can see some kind of trends. With the trends are predicted on based on the parameters which was measured before. So these are the trends which Habitat OS is going to. They are completely just reimagined. So Habitat OS is collecting data, then it's applying some statistical analysis to this, and then it gives me information about, for example, it gets the logistic regression or or linear regression, also more fancy algorithms in order to predict, for example, temperature behavior of the people and patterns in which they will be using, for example, heating or cooling devices. We can visualize the data, and this is what I'm using Grafana, and this is how the dashboard looks like in the Grafana. And I'm sure you can see, if you saw it when I showed you this in the habitat. This is right now working, but it's heavily dependent on the sensors. And we had one mission this year, which is, I don't know why, but they removed the sensor from all of the places. So, but the previous mission before you was kind enough that they put the sensors back, and right now we have very nice data from your mission. And I can share this information with you. That's not a problem, okay? So we can visualize those data in the real time, but we can analyze this later on. To be honest, right now I'm teaching the system, so I'm just playing around with the data. Later on in the whole winter, I will be just trying to apply some algorithms and to fix some models, statistical models to predict data and then learn from it how to spot the analysis and how to spot some errors and problems. Okay, so this is the picture from the habitat Lunaris, but right now I have very similar picture from our habitat, and I will put the current up-to-date information in the time zone of the habitats on the picture and this for the astronauts. So for the next year, I'm trying to do more visualization. So the habitat requires a lot of data, but part of the system is also based on the visualization and input to the astronaut. So I need also to make mobile phone application for the communication. Currently, we are using WhatsApp, which is kind of nice. I have an idea how to connect WhatsApp even to Habitat.OS. Maybe this is something which you will be going to do. So you will be using WhatsApp because you like it, you know that I have WhatsApp, but then all the information will also be stored in the Habitat.OS, which is also good because we can do some more fancy stuff. When we will be having a time-delayed communication, WhatsApp will be no longer possible, but then we can use it. But from what we learn, people like using smartphones for communicating, so the dedicated mobile app is required for time-delayed communication over the Habitat.OS. So we got the information from different sources, like for example, people can input their parameters. Currently, this year, it was being done via Google spreadsheets mostly, but last year we used this and it was working very nice. But this year, I tried to focus on the tech side of the system. In the previous years, we also had the information from different other sources and so on. Circadian rhythms experiments. So I put some sensors on top of your beds, of the astronaut's beds, and I'm trying to detect the motions during the sleep. We want to buy also some smartwatches which record sleep patterns and REM sleeps, phases, and this is another input for the Habitat.OS to get the information and then to make the correlation analysis with some other components of the system. Time-delayed communication, I've already spoke with that, but this is really required, especially if we want to simulate the missions to, for example, Mars or something like that. And Scheduling is working right now with the Google Sheets, and to be honest, this is the best thing which could be done for now. But I'm working on some kind of different tool for planning, but right now Agata has plenty of things to do, and I don't think this is the most crucial part to do in the Habitat.OS right now, but this is very visual. Everybody understands this thing, but it is very easy for Agata to do the time schedule using Google Sheets. I don't think this is this is like high severity problem to tackle right now, but we can like this a bit more into the future. So let's right now Google Sheets and display this in the Habitat.OS, which we already do. The most complicated thing in the Habitat OS was re-implementing time. So we all live in the 24-hour day. But the problem is that on the Moon and Mars, there is no 24-hour day. And there are some different aspects behind that. So time conversion, and that the whole system needs to be adjusted, and all the information. So for example, for the astronauts on the Martian mission, during the Martian mission, they need to communicate with each other in the real time. But then, if the astronauts are sending to MCC, they need to have time delays. But if MCC is speaking with each other, they don't have the time delays. And then, if we simulate also in the same time lunar mission or a spacecraft which is heading to the Mars, so each of those have different time delays and different time delays in respect to each other. And this is the most complex part of the Habitat OS because it requires completely reinventing time. And time is so heavily embedded in the system, operating system itself, that it requires a lot of information. So for the astronauts, we have also the dashboards with the information, which reports they already did this day, because there's plenty of them, and they have astronauts, and they have to track all the information. So there's plenty of different modules in the Habitat, and I want to briefly, very briefly, show you the basic architecture of the system. So we started from Vermeil, then we went to virtualization model and to the multiple guests, and then we went into Docker machines and Docker containers, which are more, I would say, versatile and can be used in different situations. So for the web application stack, I'm using vanilla JavaScript with React, but started with the React hooks. Fast API and Django with automatic API documentation, Python 3.8, 3.9. I'm in the middle of transition from 3.1 to 3.9. No problems have these of it right now, and I'm using some other stuff too. This is how the Habitat OS is looking underneath. These are the different components of the system, and these components, as you can see, there's plenty of different small things on the screen. But if you collect those things, then you get something like that. And this is maybe not the perfect picture of the Habitat OS infrastructure, but it also has this kind of different tiles. And different tiles support different kinds of operations, which are being held in the Habitat during the mission. So from one, we have sensors, environmental controls, and life support system, and we have the building system, lighting systems, and some other stuff. But from the other side, we have science and engineering support, EDA supports. Unfortunately, we don't do EDAs, and we don't focus on the EDAs in the Habitat in Japan, but we need to remember that Habitat OS will be also deployed in MDRS. So Habitat OS needs to be versatile enough to support also this kind of things, because in the end, this is what we are going to Moon or Mars to go there and to go outside, right? Outside of the Habitat state. All of those modules are pushing information to the core of the Habitat OS. This is like the brain, and the brain does this kind of analysis that I mentioned before. So the brain is making this correlations analysis. So how we can steer heating and AC in order to avoid conflicts and maybe change the diet of the astronauts, and then change the food for the astronauts. On the low level, we have different protocols and different technologies which is going to steer our project. I don't want to get into details, so let's focus on something. This is about the testing. I don't want to go into this, but I want to show you that each of the microservices. So on one of the previous pictures, you've seen like 20 different components. And each of those components is built around this kind of small architecture. They are completely separate, they are completely independent, and they are completely exchanging information between each other in a secure manner. And this is the most complex thing, is that the complexity of those elements is not implemented yet the business logic, but just by the architecture. And this is how the ecosystem which is producing the system. So I have to build the whole ecosystem. So not the only application, but something which gives me my code, which compiles, tests, validates, checks for quality problems and errors, and gives me the information, and then publishing the artifact. And then I deploy the artifact to different stages of the ecosystem, and then I have my issue tracker, knowledge base, what's called documentation, API documentation, and some other parts of the system. So as you can see, there's plenty of different things which is underneath Habitat. And this is the same for almost every application. So just the application, the web app, or whatever, is just only a tip of the iceberg, but the whole system underneath is quite huge and quite complex. This is how I work, and this is what kind of test I'm doing when. So as you can see, there is even a lot of software engineering underneath this kind of system. This is it. This is the whole presentation. I didn't want to be very depth in detail because I know that software engineering is a passion of mine, but hardly anyone else. If someone has a question or something, I will be very happy to share. But if you don't want to listen about the software engineering, I don't want to.
Do you have any questions about the software or habitat system? Maybe some suggestions, what would be very useful?
Can he see it like daily? Does he look at it daily? The captures the data from the habitat?
So astronauts are asking, can the data from the habitat be seen live inside the habitat, daily at least?
Of course, I can see. Give me a second, because I'm right now in Cuba. It's far away, right? But by the way, this is where all the yellow habitat is.
I knew that you are a spy.
Wait a second. Give me a second. Maybe because from time to time you're right. So it's not there, but I can see some pictures and videos from the habitat.
Not the videos, the parameters.
Over the internet. It's unfortunately it's not up. It's a French company, by the way. But I don't have.
Not that.
And we have plenty of cameras and so on for the system. But unfortunately, I don't have right now this cameras. So I'm happy that they are. I'm happy that they are providing me with the API, which I can integrate with the AppFlash. But right now, I'm trying to focus on the things which are required for me to code. Because if they are providing me with the API, this will be very easy. So this is the information about the temperature in the lab, and some other stuff. But this is already being solved as a product. So
no, but because
right?
Matt
the integration of this later on will
yeah. Because in the habitat, like here in the kitchen, there's a screen with the temperature, and the temperature in the bedroom is more than 4,000 degrees.
Yeah, more temperature everywhere.
Yes, on our screen, that's on the side, like in front of the sink, just in front of the sink. There's a table with a laptop, a black laptop, and on it we will see the data from the house. Like there's a lux meter, so we will see the light, but also the temperatures in the house. And the capture in the bathroom was saying that it's more than 4,000 degrees in the bathroom. So I checked the capture, and
you are mentioning about this, right?
yes.
instead of 21.8, we have 4,000 and something in the
Okay,
house.
the first thing is, the system is collecting the data, and from time to time, sensors. So, for example, I had a. Give me a second. That will be Jupyter notebook. I will show you something. I will show you something. And there's when I was playing with the data, I had something like that. I think I know this data.
Wait, so let's break in 1 minute. So we finish the session because we still have the presentation from Paul. So, but you have a short answer. Do you have can you give a short answer, Matt, to a simple question? Yeah. So so you have access to the data. But it would be good to have easy way for everybody to have also visualize all this dashboard of data.
Yeah, because we always wait for the MCC to give us. It will be very easy for us to react quickly.
Okay, so the suggestion to have a dashboard plotting, visualizing the main data.
Yeah, with more data than what we have, because we saw the sensor, apparently the one in the bedroom is broken. Yeah.
It's not broken. Sometimes because you are using this kind of dashboard, right?
Yes.
So unfortunately, the problem is that people took, for example, one sensor during previous mission, not your mission. The one before you was fixing this situation, but the one even before was like putting stuff, not your anyhow, the other, right? But they were like just plugging sensors out of the sockets, and they're just like mixing and putting them. And I found like 10 sensors out, just removed. So right now, those data are collected, but to be honest, I need to recheck them for whether they are displaying properly. And they are collecting properly, but just we need to a bit maybe display, change how they are displayed. Because if someone was
while cleaning, I found sensors under the sink.
Okay.
And I put them back on the top, but yeah.
Excellent.
This is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So people just removing the sensors, and then when they plug the sensors, like for example, maybe not the sensor with, but they like plugging electric sensor, and then someone was like playing around with the dashboard, and they're like putting in the temperature indicator. They are putting data from the voltage sensor or something like that.
So,
and then you have 4,000 feet.
Excellent.
So it's more.
Yeah.
So it's a problem of
hardware.
Someone just
So you have a beautiful software, but if the hardware is not connected, of course, it doesn't help.
Okay.
And, so excellent, Matt. It was really a pleasure to see you. We hope to see you also in presence in this opportunity. And thanks for all the support. And now we are going to have the MPOL, the concluding presentation from the Mission Control 1, MPOL 2. Thank you very much.
Okay. Really, I'm really flattered that you came to our place.
Yeah. I hope that, it was amazing so far. So now, MPOL 2, MCC 1, MPOL 2. So no computer to access this one.
You should do MPOL 2 magic. Like this.
Yeah, it will not be yes, because no.
Excellent. So, now we are finished with Agatha because you are going to chair your session, huh?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So,
The session, the official session is.
Oh no, but still, you are part of the. You are still on Zoom, but you are the chairperson of your. You control your group, and we have let's say 45 minutes for this. Yeah. So, action. 3, 4, action. And I'm on screen, huh?
You are live now, Quentin, and Amanda. You should know that here is the frame of this scene. I'm gonna put this on. I hope this can be. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Sorry,
So the problem.
Okay, we can decide.
But I think they don't see.
They don't see.
No, it's just me.
I know that.
But I know it's.
Okay. Okay, so yes. Oh, sorry. You can proceed.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please. So hello, let's now have a quick overview on the MCC team. So we will start with me. Like a quick presentation of myself. So my name is Quentin Go, I'm 20 years old. I'm a third year student at IPSA Toulouse. At IPSA Toulouse. After school, with my friend Theo Podolski, we are president of a technical association. We're creating a EVA robot capable to assist astronauts. And we are also, and I am also a member of the EMM, so I'm developing a lunar habitat, also with my friend Theo Podolski. So during this EMM Poland mission, I'm part of 2 teams. The first one is MCC1, so it was this week. I was the schedule officer, so I think a lot of people hate me now. So I worked basically on the schedule. And the second week is I will be part of the EMM Pole 2. So I will develop a micro launcher and model the aquaponic structure designed by Hugo Cassin. So I worked this week on the schedule. It wasn't a difficult part. It was just to verify if every experiment, everything the astronaut needs to do, they will do it. It was sometimes difficult because they have a lot of things to do, and I want to put everything at the same time. We know that if they have a tough schedule, it could be terrible consequences on the morale of the crew. So I've studied that. It was also an interesting part because we need to take care of and take into account the feedback of the astronauts. It's really important. So if they need more hours on certain experiences, if they need less hours on sport, for example. So it was really interesting. But I think I'm here in Poland for a reason. It's because of my modeling skills. So I worked with Hugo and we designed both of them an aquaponic design. So the goal of the design is to have a customizable architecture, which means we can adjust as we want the size how many plants we can put. We can also manage the quantity of water. So we have a lot of elements. So my job it was just to model, and on the second week, because I will have the 3D printer, I will be able to print it and build it in real life. So next week, at the origin, I had only one experiment, so it was the micro launcher, and doing with Theo Podolsky. So as Theo said it this morning, so we worked on the tank, on the main architecture of the launcher. I will mainly design the thruster of the launcher, and I will assemble all the printing parts. I also need to work on the Now project by Michael. So I will also use the 3D printer to design some parts and verify if the experiments Michael did can continue on the second week. And also because I never heard about aquaponics before, and Hugo transmit me perhaps a hobby. It's the aquaponics, so I really liked it, and I really want to continue in this way and help him as much as I can. And finally, I will be the communication officer for the second week, so I will talk with MCC every day, every hour. So this is going to be really fun. And I would like to end my quick speech with I would like to thank my crew and the commander, of course, Roberto. Where is Roberto? No, I don't know. Yes. So I would like to say that I'm really proud to be in this team, and I feel comfortable in this team. Like there is no like weird moments. It was always love, always fun, and we work in good conditions. So yes, I want to say all of you, Julien, Hugo, Roberto, Amanda, thank you very much. And Bernard, you too, because you are at MCC with us. So thank you very much. That's it.
Yeah, good.
I'm not next, actually.
You're not next?
No. But I can do your slides.
Okay. Oh, yes. So, welcome everyone.
Julia, you are not in the.
I must be in the.
You should be, yes, somewhere.
I go there?
Maybe, yes. You should be visible because you are giving a lecture, yes?
Yes. Okay, excellent. Okay. So, welcome everyone. My name is Julien Varmin-Codine. I'm a fourth year student at IPSA. I will be specialized in mechatronic this year. At IPSA and in my student life, I have lots of projects. For example, with Emma and Hugo, I'm a member of Evolutech, which the main goal is to participate in the French robot competition, which is actually the next week. So we hope we will have a great motivation and win a prize. And I'm also a member of eTech, also with Emma and Hugo, and we want to create an autonomous mini tank which can roll on a lot of surface and shoot people. Also, the MCC. I was
Military
so during the MCC, I was the crew medical officer. So my responsibility was to collect all the data that Empol 1 sends every day, which means collecting data from circadian rhythm, their sleep, their water and urine, their sport, and what they ate every day. I also had to treat all the data, and I was responsible of their physical and mental health during the whole experiments. Also, in the AMPOL 2, I will be, and I was during AMPOL 1, the responsible of the social distancing experiment. So, as you can see in this hierarchy, I'm the below level. I was also the vice commander during the MCC, and I will be during the AMPOL 2. But as the crew medical officer, I had to respond every day to our commander, and I had a lot of things to talk about with the Capcom, because I had to remind every day all astronauts to fill the documents, and I had to take care about their mental health. So this is every document that astronauts had to fill every day. So as I said, circadian rhythm, emoji and mean, the food. Food is just what they ate every day. The schedule which was filled by Quentin. Their sleep reports, like if they slept all night, and how well did they sleep, if they dream, etc. Their sports, so they have a lot of sport to do in the gym, running, cycling, push-ups, etc. And their water, which is urine and drink water. So I have two analyses, because I don't want to present to you the urine and water, because it is maybe too. This is just body temperature and body height. You can see the body height is approximately constant during the whole week. So the diet has no impact for now, just with 1 week experiments on the body height of astronauts, because for an effective diet, we have to see the modification for at least 2 weeks. And for the body temperature, we can see that it increases and decreases a lot, but there is a cycle, which means at the morning it is low, and at before going to sleep it is at the highest, because during the sleep the body is colder than when it is wake up. And we can see some peaks, for example. And they are correlated with the emergency simulation we did, for example. So they have to warm up their body. So for the AMPOL 2, as I said, I will be the vice commander, which is basically the same role as the commander. So Axel is not here. Prepare daily critical outreach, daily schedule control, the motion expression to diary. And I will be the leader of experiment. I will work on also aquaponics with Hugo, which is who is the responsible of the aquaponic, of course, but I will help him if he has need to, and the responsible of social distancing experiments. Thank you.
Where is the camera?
Yeah.
So, hello, Internet. My name is Hugo Castin. My current projects are, as Julian said, Evolutech and Ipsa-Tech, where we design, when we participate to French Cup of Robotics, and we design a little autonomous tank with spatial recognition, but we shoot at people with a toy, not a real gun control. This is just with a Nerf gun. I don't know if you know it. So on AMPOL 2, I have been Capcom, so this is communication officer, and I have been working on the optimization of the aquaponic system, as we will see later. Also, in the habitat, I will take the role of the astrobiologist in charge of the aquaponic system. So, as the communication officer, my task were to communicate with the crew. So this is really complicated, because I am the only one that can communicate with the Capcom of the other crew. And when information is repeated several times, it loses in precision and in clarity. So it was really a challenge to communicate and not lead but participate in the communication of the two teams. And I had to transmit all the information for protocols, data for the medical officer, for everything. So it was really a challenge. Also, the role of the Capcom is the mission psychologist. So I am supposed to prevent tensions, takes care of the astronauts and helps distress and de-escalate conflicts, monitor the crew interactions, and I have the right to veto the flight director if it is necessitated. But to be honest, in a 1 week mission, this role was not really important because there were no real conflicts within the team, and it was not it didn't take me so much time to do this. For the design, for the optimization of the aquaponics system, here you can see the aquaponics system designed by the previous crew, Destiny crew. This is a good start, but some defects are remaining. The water droplets are taking the seed of the watercress away. There is only one plant that we can harvest. It is a watercress, so it is really a big disadvantage. The water coming from the top of the plant is solvent, that's why we can't cultivate something other things that watercress. And the biofilter will struggle if the system starts to grow and increase the insight. So I designed I designed a new 3D printable vertical system with Quentin. Thanks to his modeling skills, I was able to apply my ideas. So this will be a printable thing with a customizable structure. So it will be with the height that you want, and this will be an open source project. So it will permit to future astronauts to design an aquaponics system if they need it and whenever they want, because it will be free on the internet. So that's all for me.
Oh.
Goodbye.
I'll do my slides. I'm good. Alright, so hi, my name is Amanda Stusarczyk. I am from Canada, studying and wrapping up my master's in medical physics at Concordia University. I work primarily in brain imaging. My role as the experimental officer in this last week of Mission Control Center was based mainly on performing an investigation on human factors. So measuring the reaction time and performing memory tests on analog astronauts and looking at how isolation and reduced light can impact one's reaction time and memory for numbers. So just to give you an overview of what human factors are, so recently it gained a lot of importance in the study of astronomics because with longer space missions, we know that the ability to make decisions, the ability to focus, and also the interaction between your team is very important. So we had a great experience in the Mission Control Center, and so did our team in the habitat, but we know that this is for 1 week. It's not for 9 months travel to Mars. So the reaction time test is the one I focused on for this presentation. So we had a total of 10 runs on 5 analog astronauts. What we did notice is that 3 out of 5 analog astronauts showed a decrease in the reaction time in late night trials relative to daytime trials. So this could be for a reason, multiple reasons. Number one, we can think of as astronauts being tired, so their reaction time decreases. However, the other things that we can also relate to this is maybe the increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the air over time during the day. Another reason for this is also probably because of isolation and because of the reduced natural light exposure. This could have different chemical effects on the brain as well. This is something I would like to study at our next year's mission here in Poland. So I will also focus on the memory test, but on a later date. I want to take the remainder of my time just to explain a little bit about what we're doing at Space Concordia. Last year, in 2019, I started the Space Health Division at Concordia University. We started off with 2 people, and now we are at around 25 students and professors. We have 3 PIs that have actually joined in on supervising thesis-based projects. So the physics department actually acknowledged space health projects to be topics for thesis in the physics department, so you can actually get this counted as credits now in Concordia University. So just to give you an overview of why we started this is very interesting because now we are not just hiring astronauts for the sake of flying shuttles. We are looking at astronauts that are going to be able to have different types of capabilities. And they are not just really well educated, but they are also very good to work in teams. So I wanted to highlight 2 things here, 3 things. First one is our team has been working on 3D printing of materials, and this is something that SpaceX has also been working on for building of habitats on Mars. In Canada, from 2017 to 2018, the government invested $9.6 million in developing space technologies, but 1/4 of these were actually for space health. And 2 out of the 3 topics are things that we are covering in our division at Space Concordia. And then lastly, on TechCrunch, there was recently the first posting by Blue Origin hiring for a engineer that will develop habitats. So this is real. This is happening. What do we work on in our Space Health Division? So currently we're developing microfluidic chips that are going to be simulating the human immune response in microgravity. We're using yeast cells for this, and we're using something called CRISPR, which is gene modification. What we're doing is we're splitting up these genes, we're tagging specific ones that are responsible for pathologies that are very common in astronauts and fighter jet pilots. And what we want to see is that with prolonged exposure to microgravity and the onset of hypergravity, so that means anything where your acceleration is more than 1g, so just think of anybody blasting off in a shuttle. We want to see if these genes are more regulated or downregulated, and we're going to see if they actually have any correlation to illnesses here on Earth to help those pathologies here on Earth to find potential cures. Next slide. So just want to show you our timeline. So we're going to have one portion of our project, which is an earthbound experiment. So here you see a rotary vessel on the right side, but we're also going to be talking with Agatha about the RPM machine. We have a parabolic flight that will be with Project Possum next year. And then also our university is competing in a $1 million prize to be the first university that sends a rocket to the Kármán line. So the flight date is supposed to be either May 2021, but due to COVID, it might be December 2021. So all in all, that is what we're doing in Montreal for space medicine right now.
I have a question. So you get financing from university if you want to participate in, for example, parabolic flight. How it is financed?
So it's not finance actually. We have a collaboration with Project Possum, and Project Possum is a astronautics school. So this is actually.
We know this very well, and we need to pay a lot to participate in this kind of nice training. So do you need to pay also, or only we have to pay?
Last I know, so our most recent conversation is that we have a collaboration which is basically for educational purposes. So because we're conducting academic projects, I believe that this is free for students.
So you don't know yet?
I don't know yet, but right now this is just academic based, it's for students.
But do you have access to all the Possum programs? Because some have really also running costs anyway.
They are very expensive, we know.
But for instance, we have been discussing with EuroMoonMars, actually some joint training with Boston, or for instance, to do before an isolation campaign, also other cursus of Boston. And that's something that we will be interested to develop. But now we have also started to develop our own training program, like we will have access to some zero-G flight ourselves or ILG or diving. And I think that now there will be more and more diverse facilities. The nice thing with Boston is that they are quite focused also in some goal of stratospheric research, suborbital, and they may fly, some of them. But I think at some stage there will be many opportunities, maybe for this generation, to be suborbital research astronaut.
Yeah. So that's around it.
Good. Now we had a Moon Village and EuroMoonMars workshop in Montreal. This was maybe like 4 years ago. Yes, and it was at McGill, but we had a few students from Concordia, and we had another workshop organized by Concordia about space exploration. But then it was mostly the humanities people, and so there were a lot of scholars, very critical about exploration.
Our team, we have people from 4 different disciplines. So we have like 5 subdivisions. So we have people from engineering. We have a couple of mechanical engineers working with us. We have a team of physicists. We have a lot of people from biochemistry and biology. And we also recently started a subdivision for marketing and sponsorship, where we have a lot of business students joining our team because they know basically how to more or less how to navigate through that business ecosystem. So
And for isolation campaign, so you have access. I mean, the first in Canada there is a flash line. The flash line station. It's like the Mars Research Station, but in the Arctic. Do you have also some?
I think that is only at McGill. They have a program where you can go to Antarctica. Or Arctic. I'm not sure. But at Concordia, we don't have that.
Okay. McGill, they have also an access to an Arctic station. Even
they have a collaboration with one of the stations. I'm not sure which one.
But also we could have following on your step. A joint European Canadian mission in Poland, no? Yeah, and next year. So if you have also some, I mean, in case you are part of our next campaign next year,
I would like to.
Yeah, if you have other colleagues from Montreal, excellent, bravo Amanda.
And with this, we are finishing this part, okay? And we invite you now to have a break outside.
Okay, that's right.
Outside the room, because we need to rearrange the table and prepare it for the best part, the dinner.
This is the best part. We have to eat.
The best, because now we can speak freely.
Hello, Internet.
Okay, so excellent. So we have a break.
We say thank you for watching. And if you have any comments, please write us here in the chat or on Facebook channel. So thank you one more time for staying with us.
Yes, I'll take a rocket and join us on the moon.
The best would be if you could join. Yes. Bye-bye.
And also we will talk